Hello, hello. Good afternoon, good evening, good morning. We are back with having a brawl. Tonight we're going to play some variety, try out some different decks I've built in the last few days, see how we do. Got lots of different decks to try. We may not get to them all tonight, but that's okay. Let's go ahead and take a look. So, as you can see, I've been a little build happy since the last time we played. I have the slightest one I built, which is tokens, mono green tokens with Quina or Kina or whatever the name of the character is at the helm. Makes frogs whenever you make tokens. Igra, Eater of All. Food deck, black green. Food deck built around a degenerate broken commander, Corvold. A couple different versions of Ayara. Tiny Bones discard deck, a Lenda flicker deck, Brigone kind of Voltron deck, sort of. Stis, built around ETB damage, like Impact Tremors type effects. These remove stuff decks are both kind of what they sound like, just try to removal tribal and win with whatever creatures we have left. We have a couple decks that were for the midweek magic where you draw two and play additional lands, so we probably won't play those. In fact, I'm going to get rid of those. They were built specifically for those formats, and that format is gone. So if it ever comes back, I'll rebuild them and I'll show you guys. Evora, built around discard. This deck is not very good. Rule Sagas, also a mediocre deck. And then I think this was one of the ones we played on stream. So it's pretty much most of the newer ones. We're just going to go through and try them all, as many as we can, a couple times. And let's go ahead and jump in. We'll start with let's start with Lenda. So, for those of you who don't know, a lot of players of Brawl have been asking Arena to make a Brawl queue where you get ranked and you can go up or down in rank like you can with Standard or Alchemy or Historic. And they have an event that they did that. I will show you. This modified ranked Brawl. It's a free event. And you join it. The first time you win, you get 1,000 XP. And they have a specific ban list of certain cards. And if you play Brawl through this queue, and win or lose, you go up or down in rank. So this is kind of their first foray into ranked Brawl. I think it's a good thing. I do think that there's a place for both ranked and unranked, but we'll see how it shakes out. I do think, of course, that this list is too short. They need to ban some more stuff, but it's early on, so I can't expect too much. I think it's funny that the event image is Rusko, and he's one of the banned cards, so you can't even play this card in this event. But we're not going to play ranked right now. We might play it later, but not right now. For now, we're just going to play around in the regular queue. All right, see how we get. We are up against Slimefoot Salad Transplant. So this is an arena-only card. I've actually tried out a few times as a commander. A lot of fun in theory. It's hard to build correctly, I feel like. I've tried a few times and it never really felt powerful. I'm probably just doing it wrong, though. I have a specific way I build decks. And anyway, anytime a swamp or forest enters, you get to get a fungus or slime type card. Uh, if you get lucky, you can get like a whole bunch of the spore crown phthalids and just put a whole bunch of those out, and they all pump each other, and you have a big field. There's some other good ones. Spore mound can be good, especially in numbers. A couple of them are like sacrifice outlets, things that draw you cards, make you extra tokens. Cool card. And this hand is fine. Got lands, we got some card draw, we got some flicker. Yeah, the whole point of this deck is to flicker her over and over as much as possible to get her effect. But, she's 7 mana, so until we get there, we have other things that are good for flickering. Opponent starts on Forest Bushwhack to go find a basic land. You might be asking why we have fetch lands in a monocolor deck, and that's for a couple different interactions. Mostly the card Brought Back, which, if you don't know, is a double white instant that says you can choose 2 permanents in your graveyard that were put there from the battlefield this turn, and then put them back onto the battlefield. So if you have that, you can play a couple fetch lands, play the Brought Back, get the fetch lands back, and it's effective ramp. And as you might know, white doesn't have a lot of ramp, so it'd be pretty good. Start on Spirited Companion. There's a lot of different directions this deck can go. He just generates free cards, essentially drawing you a subset of cards every time you play a land. He got the other Slimefoot in his hand. This is admittedly a very powerful commander. A lot of combo potential with this card, actually. Pretty dangerous, but we're okay for now. I'm just going to get Enduring Innocence out and move on. A fine blocker. Can block and still utilize it for card draw. All right. And yeah, we do want to keep hitting our land drops, so I'm not too mad about this. I think what we'll do is probably just play a land, hold up Restoration Angel, and bide our time. We're not in any danger right now, so not that we can see. Mistweaver Pock, pretty powerful card. All right, they get to draft a couple cards. It looks like he may be going for more of a landfall thing, but it's too soon to really know for sure. When you don't get anything good, you usually just try to get the cheapest one you can out of the selection. Opponent passing. We'll go ahead and resto to draw a couple cards. Loyal Warhound really good here, considering he's ramping. He's on 6 lands, so we can play that if we want, or we could just play Inquisitor Captain. Let's see. We could play that, ramp, and also hold up Pegasus Guardian or Eerie Interlude. Eerie Interlude actually might be good on this board. It's not the most powerful Eerie Interlude board, but even weak interludes can be pretty powerful. This card is kind of insane. And we might as well just attack, because we can always chump block Mistweaver Pock if we need to. Yeah. One sad thing about this card is it only triggers its ability if you cast it, so it's not a great flicker target, but it does good work in this deck also, even without being able to flicker it to get its effect. Opponent plays Spore Mound, most likely. It looks like with the symbol, that means that got it off of his ability. Okay. Yeah, we might just do a value interlude here. Be mana efficient. We can block and... Oh, he did not. Okay, that's fine. We're still going to do it. All right, so they'll come back on end step. And we can go ahead and get our commander out to get Restoration Angel to be able to hit her. We also have Meteor Golem. We can wait to do that, though. Let's see. We could just prevent that from activating abilities. Prevent that from attacking. Probably Faith Fetters is fine. Shutting down Slimefoot means no free or dumping his mana into 1/1s. That actually is a pretty good area interlude now I look at it. Grab this. What didn't let us cast that before? That's interesting. I guess you got to hold priority to try to do that. That's fine. We'll just hang on to it. We don't really need to cast it now. We can use it to get more value next turn. As far as what to discard. Let's see, yeah, we could just probably just get that. We don't need it. Looking pretty good. I mean, we're not really moving anywhere. We're both kind of just sitting here doing our thing. Our best bet for victory is probably Flyers. It looks like they have a lot of cards, and they do, but a lot of them are cards that he drafted off of Slimefoot. And overall, those cards tend to be mostly lower impact. So, not as bad as it sounds. Now, Kodama's pretty nasty. Although he doesn't have anything modified except Slimefoot, and that doesn't really work. Okay. Alright. That is a concern. It's not, I guess it's not a huge deal. We can shut him down. We could just block. Yeah, probably just block. I mean, we'll take effectively 3 less. 1 for the toughness, 2 for the life gain. He gets a land, not a big deal. We could also just Meteor Golem. And that's probably the play, because we can also hold up Pegasus Guardian's Adventure side. And that's also a good draw. In fact, that's probably the better play. Get rid of Mistweaver Pot permanently. No getting it back. If they do kill a Skyclave, it will not come back. It'll just make him a token, a 4/4. And we'll play this and hold up for the Pegasus Guardian effect. And more Flyers. We could get a 1-drop, but I don't think we really need... Well, life gain might be nice. Nah, let's just get Welcoming Vampire. And attack for 3. Although I guess life gain would be good with Saint Elenda, sorry. He can choose to block if he wants. Kodama probably won't. Didn't think so. Alright, and we'll hold up Pegasus Guardian for interaction. Let me just do it either way, but wait to see what he does before we decide what to do with it. Oh, that's gross. Well, thankfully we do have interaction to kill that. Before it hits, let's... Flicker the Restoration Angel, which could in turn flicker Stanalendra, or we could flicker Skyclave Apparition, kill Kodama. That might be the better play. Okay, that's fine. He used all his mana to do that. I'm not too worried about that. I mean, we don't have any other cards named that, so not sure. Guess it's just 4 mana exile a creature, or Planeswalker, which is fine. Hungry for interaction. Play cards like that. Not really any good attacks here. Okay. Well, we Meteor Golem. I guess it also looks at our hand. Those don't untap during our next turn. But Boring Flax will not stay alive, thankfully, because that card is nasty. Draw some cards, and we can flicker Skyclave Apparition, killing off another thingy. No attacks, because that does have reach. Sneaky reach. But we're going to get rid of it now. Alright. So we've taken away a lot of the scary cards. We have some more removal here. Although we won't be able to play it next turn. Next turn we won't have nearly as many lands. We got lots of mana. I mean, it could be a Craterhoof Behemoth and then the game's just over. And honestly, there's not much you can do. Part of the way I hate that card is... Okay. Interesting choice. Okay, so Goldvein Hydra gives him a bunch of treasure that dies. Okay. So we'll block here. Block. Here, block, here, block, here, block, here, block, here, block, here. And that takes 15 damage, so we're down to 2. He held up mana. He either miscalculated or he has something. Not really that worried. We also are going to gain 4. So we'll be at effective 6. Really clears his board of stuff. Oh wait, we're dead. Man, oh wait, no, we're not dead. Oh, we're alive. We're alive. We're alive. We are alive. Wow, I almost forgot about that. Okay. That was close. Okay, well, let's make sure that doesn't happen again. Draw a couple cards. And probably just remove the Goldvein Hydra with this, but we don't have to do it yet. He doesn't know we have it, so... And hold up, blocks. There could be a blowout card. Not much I can do about that, honestly. I really did forget about that. All this stuff going on, I'm not holding it against myself. Cultivate. Okay. One thing I would recommend to everyone who's playing Brawl, don't hyperfixate on your opponent's commander. Yes, the deck usually, or to some degree, is built around the card, but that doesn't mean killing it is the right play. People really hyperfixate on commanders to their detriment half the time. You can even build decks around that, where you build it where you don't need your commander. In fact, it's just a fun little piece to have. And people will just spend all their removal on it, and instead of saving it for good stuff, they'll just use it all on that. Okay. It should be fine. Okay, Verdant Force. Cool. That's going down, shields down means we can cleanly interact. He's probably going to attack all out. Oh, no, just with the guy. Okay. Well, you can have a fish. You can have fish. He doesn't even get treasure. Take it. All right. Back up to our full mana. Don't play the Windswept Teeth and crack it, because we'll die. We do need to try and gain some life here if we can, so let's start ECD, getting rid of Verdant Force. And then play this for no value, because we're probably not going to find an artifact or enchantment. This will draw us a couple cards, see what we draw. Worst case scenario, we play Salvation Swan, flickering our commander to gain some life. Expansionist will get us thing. He already knows we have it, so might as well just do it now. All right, and we will hold priority so that we can cast the spell on our end step. And it's just going to be the card draw one. Okay. A little bit more life. And that might just kill us. We'll see. We'll see what he does. We do gain 4, so we're at effective 9. If we block specifically, we might be okay. I wouldn't hold my breath. Remnant and Realm Breaker.
We must act.
Sacrificing the... Okay, they are shields down on mana. Okay.
Allies everywhere.
All right.
Stand with us.
Okay, we got to be very specific in our blocks if we even want a chance to survive. All right, block here. He thinks he has us. I think we block his commander here. Block here. Block here. So far only one of his things dies. So we go up to effective 7. Okay, that's too much. Yeah, we're dead, unfortunately, because of the Vein Ripper. Well, we're just gonna let him have it. It's fine. What? Oh, yeah. That? Yes. All right. All right. Let's move on to the next game. We'll try that deck again. That was a weird game. I mean, neither of us were really doing much until he was doing a lot. And maybe I probably misplayed by not killing the Slimefoot sooner. Then when you learn. No big deal. I am keeping an eye on dinner. It's cooking. I'll have to get up at some point and go grab that. Oh, wait. It's cooked complete, apparently, according to... All right, folks. So stand by for just a minute. I'm going to go pull my dinner out of the oven, and I'll be right back. And I'm back. Go ahead and jump right into another game. Against Sagan, Raider Warlord. First Strike, Tribal. And once you hit max speed, all your creatures have first strike, and Sagan gets, or Sagan, probably Sagan, gets Death Touch, which first strike Death Touch is a whole interaction in itself. All right, hand is a bit slow, no 2-drops or 1-drops, but we do have some good 3-drops. Some interaction. Yeah, we'll give this a shot. This can get us any of some surprising number of cards. Toughness 2 or less. We can get things like Solitude, which is really powerful, among various other cards. One of the more powerful cards in the format, to be honest. On it. In the tank. All right, opponent rope starts. There we go. There's something really disturbing about having a Ninja Turtle as your pet. That's what these are called in the settings. Pets. It's really weird. Opponent says hello. Hello. All right, we'll start on Cab Ready Courtyard. Unless we have brought back in our opening hand, there's not really a reason to sit on these. There's often cards like Sun Titan that can get those back, which is cool. That's another reason to have fetch lines. More interaction, that's good. Rating artist. All right. All right, we'll probably play Enduring Innocence here. That way, if he does decide to interact, at least we get to keep the card. And we can just block with it freely without having to worry about losing our effect. Dagon enters. No attacks, makes sense. Let's see what's in that hand of theirs. Destroy all non-land permanents your opponents control. Knowing that card is there is half the battle. Exile a creature. +1/+1 in Death Touch. And extra combat when it enters. Creatures you control perpetually gain your choice of menace, lifelink, or haste. Well, he could play removal. He could play the all-out assault next turn. I think it's probably all-out assault here. Interaction doesn't really scare me. He can't play that next turn this way. And just hold up blocks. It's the Hellkite. Menace, lifelink, or haste. Giving them menace. Attacking with Sagan, that's 4 damage. We'll just block. We don't need this to stay alive as a creature. And at least Spellbinder's also not that valuable. Slows him down trying to increase his speed by 1 turn. I'll just lose 3 life. Oh, my bad. You know, it's easy to forget that speed increases by loss of life. Also, it doesn't feel like it should. Just based on the flavor of it, but what are you gonna do? Okay, we'll start with Helpful Hunter. Drawing 2 cards. Hyper aggressive decks like that, this we do have trouble with, to be honest. But we can put some bodies on the board to Saul. And actually, this can grab Solitude to kill something. That might be the play. Like you said, like as you can see, there's lots of options, and being able to get the Solitude and play it for free is pretty awesome. That's the play. And yeah, we can just kind of hold it up, scare him with it. Not scare him, but knowing it's there can make him change how he plays. All right, Patchwork Banner. Interesting choice in a deck that's not really tribal. Looking at our creatures. Now, do we kill Sagan or do we kill the Thunder Kite? Let's see. Alright, doesn't really matter if they gain life. Probably don't need this. And we'll just make him have to recast his commander. Right. And we'll just take 5. Golden Argosy is a little slow here. If we can get to St. Elenda, we might be okay. So play is probably Lauren. If he doesn't draw land, he cannot ultimatum. Let's see. Triple white. He does have 2 white. So he would need exactly a white land to cast this. Oh, wait. He has Patchwork Banner. So he does have the mana to cast it. Okay, that's fine. Get to draw a couple cards. Soul Warden is a great follow-up after he wipes our board. Land. We may just play this Jestiker's Portal to draw a card so we can guarantee our land drop if possible. Do it, and then if we... Sagan comes out. If we don't draw... Okay, he did not play his Ruinous Ultimatum, so we have to remember that. Alright, we can block with the Hunter because we're going to flicker it. Take 3, or take 2. We're at max speed, which is a little scary, but alright, we can fetch this since we did draw our land. And probably just play the Meteor Golem. Gosy's probably too slow anyway, so we'll just pitch that. Okay, Restoration Angel could be good. Having an instant speed way to block could be really powerful, so we might not actually... Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to play Soul Warden to potentially bait out the removal. And we want to hold up... We can hold up both Restoration Angel and Touch of the Spirit Realm. We don't want to play that before the Ruinous Ultimatum because it will just go away and he'll get his creature back. Yeah. That's Adaptive Armor is a really cool one. Yeah. Just keep biding our time. Oh, wait, we took him off the Patchwork Banner. You know, sometimes you do things and you just don't really think about the interactions. It can be hard to keep track of everything, honestly. Alright, when this enchantment enters, each opponent sacrifices a creature or vehicle of their choice. Each opponent who can't discards a card. Okay, that's fine. We'll sack the Health Launcher. Okay, so whatever he chooses, we're going to resto. Okay. That's 12 damage. Oh, wait. But we have to flicker to survive. That's 6, 30. Oh, there's one shy, actually. Okay. We are still going to flicker. Probably Recruiter of the Guard to try and fetch something else. Okay. All right. Well, we need more interaction and/or life gain. Um, might be, yeah, it's probably Skyclave Evaporation. We'll discard a card. Armor is just, we just don't have time for it. Okay. He might try to just use Real Ruinous Ultimatum to finish the game, although he has to still have a white source for it. We'll see what happens. Okay. Start on the land. Then play a Lita. Wait, do we play... We play Saint Alenda. Cut down one of his creatures. If he draws a white source, we die. Yeah, because then the interaction she makes is Faith's Fetters, which is a permanent. So we don't. That's probably not the play. Okay, it could. It's either Meteor Golem. It's probably Apparition with Lita. All right, so play Lita. Gain life. Draw a card. Oh my god. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. That was a draw.
Try to best me, if you can. I'll finish this here and now.
And he can keep the... Perforating Artist. And are we still just dead? I think we might just still be dead. Which is really annoying. He has Menace. Well, he may not see the line. That's our only hope at this point. Darn it. You would think that would be the play, but... Ah, shoot. Okay, he didn't see the line. He needed to attack and not let us gain a life. Oh, wait. Or not. Boy, that was a roller coaster of emotion. What are you going to do? Game is complicated. All right. Here's what we need to do. We need to slow down. Make our plays better. We are playing too fast and making mistakes. Let's stop doing that. Win or lose on this game, we're just going to move on to the next deck after this. It's been two kind of very aggressive decks that are hard for us to deal with. And a series of misplays, honestly. Waiting on opponent. Waiting for quite a while now. A lot of times when this happens, it'll just automatically end in a draw. And there it is. I don't know what causes this. But it is kind of annoying. All right. That doesn't really count. We'll try one more. Maybe after this, open some packs. Or we can celebrate a win with a pack. Up against Nicole Bolas Godpharaoh. This deck goes one of two directions. They either are trying to steal all your stuff and use it, which I think is the cooler way to go, or it's more of a control deck. We shall see. This hand is fine. I would love a brought back, but we don't have it. That's fine. That's fine. We can just start on a tap land, play planes, draw a card. We got plays. We got plays. And some good removal. Of course, if this is the more controlling version, it might not be a very good hand. We'll see. ECD is a great answer to Planeswalker. Put it on an untapped land into Ragavan. Cool. All right. Well, we'll play a Wall of Omens. Funny Wooden Nickels says they go to kill this if they can. Now, everybody that plays turn one Ragavan desperately wants to kill the blocker to get in with it. Newsflash: Ragavan's not as scary as it might seem. You're probably thinking that's Balderdash. Trust me, it's not as bad as it sounds. Let them have their fun. A lot of times people will hyper-focus. This could be an indication that they're more of a theft deck, but Ragavan's powerful enough that it doesn't necessarily mean anything. You'd put that in most any red deck, really. Card is insane. It's a major mistake in Magic design. Okay, definitely an indicator that this is a theft deck. Okay, that's fine. All right. And we're just going to play Simulacrum without Warp. Put something else in his way. Ramp us one step closer to our commander. Okay, that's fine. Alrighty. What you got next for us? Sun Titan could be really good here. Getting back Wall of Omens, getting back lands. Unfortunately, we don't have a land to play it, but future turns could be quite a play. It's either the Swan to surprise block or ECD. I like the idea of Swan surprise block the Ragavan. Eat the monkey. Swan's favorite food is evil monkey. Yeah, let's play. We really would like a land next turn, if possible. Untap land. Attacks. Let's see what Swan does. Might get countered. No counter, but a team also might have removal. Wish that said exile up to one target creature you own, so we could get the companion. Alright, looks like he has removal. Okay, probably digging for removal in that case. We don't have a lot of instant speed interaction. Okay. I'll take it. I'm okay with that. Opponent really, really addicted to stealing my cards. He's kind of just killing me, though. All right, land would be fantastic. Okay, well, that's a land, but unfortunately, it's a tap land. Okay, so tap land ECD? Yeah, that's probably the play. Get rid of Gonti. Opponent's got something. Thinking about something, maybe. We'll see. If they play a counterspell, I'll kind of lose respect for them. If you're going to do the theft thing, commit to the theft thing and don't do the mean counterspell thing. Okay. That's fine. Does he have yet more interaction for our blocker? Well, yeah, that technically. If you don't plus here, though, you're not committed to the bid. Well, what are you going to do, I guess?
A wonderful addition to my army.
Ugh. Okay, I would have liked to land there to keep hitting for that, but you know what? I'll take it. It could be Cavalier. Let's see. You know, we'll say I think this card should have said as long as you have Gonti out, not just forever. I don't love that design, but well, what are you going to do? I mean, at least not in Brawl. In Arena or in Commander, it's fine. Okay, so it's either Cavalier with Ephemerate backup. With all those cards, though, I think I'll just go for the guaranteed value. I could do a land. I need blockers. Might draw me a land, actually. No. Okay, that's fine. I don't think we're going to win this game. I mean, he's got so many cards, it's not funny at this point. You know, there's not much you can do when you just have a slow start and they have all the answers to everything you try to do.
You come now, or your filth is gone.
I want him to cast that because we'll get our Spirited Companion. I don't think he will. Next turn, we get back one of our creatures, either Spirited Companion or Salvation Swan. For a creature card, put it on the battlefield. Fine. We get it back with ECD. At least this way he doesn't get a treasure. Not from the Ragavan anyway. Our one saving grace is that he doesn't have all the mana in the world. Okay, Sun Titan into a land. Yeah, I mean that's fine. Cavalier. If he goes to interact to save his Gonti. See, this is -4. But we need to get rid of... Yeah, it's... Alright, Gonti's finally gone. And we do have an Ephemerate to flicker something. Do we do it now? I don't think we need to. It will most likely turn out that he wants to interact, and we can... Oh, we can actually save it from Nicole also. We'll see what he does. I mean, he has a ton of cards. A lot of them are mine, though, and I don't have a lot of instant speed rate interaction, so some of these cards need to be instant speed. Unless he happens to have one of our few instant speed interaction. Well, okay, I say that. We don't have a lot of things that can deal with our opponent's stuff at instant speed. Put it in the tank. You have that many options. Okay, Halaya. Into Blade Slicer. Showcasing our deck for us. Opponent's still in the tank. Into Nadar to venture into the dungeon. Okay. Okay, that's fine. I think we should still be fine. I mean, we have blockers for all the bigger threats. And if he does try to interact, we can stop it. Less and less likely that he'll be able to stop that in response, less mana he has. Oh. That hits players? Well, that's stupid. What are you gonna do? Okay, anticlimactic end. We're gonna move on. Not a great performance by Elenda. Ugh. I would say that's a series of unfortunate events founded by a series of misplays. Not that I misplayed in that last game. There wasn't much we could do. All right. So we have one pack to open. We also have some gold. We can buy more if we want. We'll reward each win potentially with a first win of a deck. We'll get a pack. Let's try Frog Spawn. I know, fun name. He makes frogs. He spawns frogs when you get tokens. Thanks, a lot of fun. And it wins some games. It's got teeth. I brought an opponent down to like -2,000 something at one of my test games. That was pretty cool. Flubs the Fool. This is a card you should not underestimate. It looks weird on the surface, but is very, very much a combo-tastic card. You just want to get it out there, play as many spells as possible. Just combo, 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 and kill your opponent. It's really, really hard to pilot. All right, this hand, I don't love that I don't have any ramp, I don't have any card draw, and I only have 2 lands, so that's a mulligan. That is a much better hand. We can go turn 1 Mystic into turn 2 Commander if it survives, into turn 3 Colony Garden Propagator Drone. Stuff. This card is really neat. And we got a couple of ways to kill our opponent at some point. All right, let's give it a shot. Birds of Paradise. Tribute to the World Tree might be a better play. I like that, actually. Let's get that out. Also because Beerix only gives colored mana on the turn you play it. Otherwise, it doesn't. So that's going to be kind of hard to play. I mean, we're going to need more green mana anyway for that, but we have Colony Garden, so. Notably, no card draw in our hand except that. So hopefully this will help us draw some cards. Although we have to have creatures power 3 or greater. We don't make a lot of those. On Explore into Delighted Halfling. Okay. We can play Kina, put a couple counters on it, and play on the garden, make a plant with and a frog, both with a couple counters on them. Now to see, that's some value right there. I love that. We already have a board that could almost kill our opponent. Just in that little play our commander, play land interaction. Good stuff. Into prime time. Good card. Very powerful card. Abandoned Commander. Gets a couple Surveil lands. Surveils over a land. And an Arcane Signet. Okay. Let's think. This +3/+3 means this swings for 7, this swings for 6. We'd only really be able to attack with those 2, or we could attack with everything. If he blocks the biggest thing, he takes 6. +5 is 11. +4 is 15, so he's not quite dead. So play a land. We could just make a token. And that's those 3 lands. Oh yeah, so then we can also still play the Witch's Oven. Yeah, make a token, and we might just be able to kill him next turn. Overrun. Don't underestimate this card. It's been power crept over the years, but OG Overrun still wins games. Azerite the Fervent can't attack or block unless you have 1 or fewer cards in hand. Seems really good with clubs. And into Uro, gains him some life. All right, he's at 25. Want him to attack here? That's 1 less blocker. And he actually can't block, so he only has the Birds of Paradise. I think we've got him. Probably doesn't think so, but I think we've got him. And I think the play here is make a token, sack it with the oven. We get 2 frogs that way. No blocks. So we make a token. Yeah, and we prefer frogs because technically they can block. You know what? Actually, we throw the Mystic in. Wait. Oh, no, we can't do that because he's our mana for overrun. Unless we draw land, but we can't take that risk. And yeah, just overrun. And yeah, that's game. Cool. That was a clean game. That's the thing about overrun effects. They can just catch people off guard and kill them. The most egregious of those being Craterhoof Behemoth, but I don't play that card as a rule, at least not in this format. I honestly don't think that card is okay. It's kind of unfortunate that it's in the format. Because if you don't counter it, or counter its ability somehow, which is, I mean, countering it, you can only really do in blue. Countering its ability, also really only blue can do that. So either you're so far ahead that it doesn't matter, or you kill all their creatures, but some decks just don't. Like, how is a green deck facing a green deck supposed to deal with that? There is no way to deal with that except if you have just a bunch of massive creatures. It doesn't. I don't like the way it interacts. So that's why I don't play it. It would definitely be good in this deck, but you know, I have principles. One more game with this deck. That was a win, though, so we earned ourselves a pack. We'll open it after this next game. Waiting for opponents. This is going to be another draw. Yeah, probably going to be another one of those insta draws. I'd love to know what causes this. It's just like internet connection. They have a slow internet connection and it causes this. Couldn't tell you. Yeah, instant draw. Ugh, it's annoying. Okay, well, I guess that was a sign we should open our pack. Let's see what we crack. All right. Couple new commons. Ooh, and 2 rares and our mythics. Looks like a rare and a mythic. All right, Lord Dreg. Flying 3/2 at the beginning of your end step. If a permanent left the battlefield in your control, create a 1/1 flying creature. There's so many knobs they could tweak to make this card good, but as it is, it's just not. It maybe could be a 3-drop. I don't know. Modern standards, this card is not great. Back in the day, it would have been amazing, but, you know, power creep. And then Saved by the Shell. Trample, hexproof, indestructible, instant speed with a +1/+1 counter. Pretty ham-fisted, if you ask me. Anyway. Wrath and Leo, Sibling Rivals. 3 mana, 2/4. Gives you an extra combat for 1 or 2 creatures. Interesting. Might be fun to build. Giving him haste is the way to go. And Sword of Sinew and Steel. Nice. +2/+2 protection from black and red. One target planeswalker, one target artifact. That is really, really strange. Strange design. Some of the swords are good, some of them aren't as good. This is, I feel like, less good. Artifact's fine. Planeswalker tends to be too narrow as a card to include just to blow up. I guess it's protection from black and red, which is two of the main removal colors, so probably good just for that. Repeatable artifact removal is also fine. But half of this card is just too narrow. I guess it is better than just a card that says destroy target planeswalker. You want that tacked on to cards that destroy creatures. That way, most of the time you use it on creatures, and then you have it there if a planeswalker becomes a problem. But hey, that was a heck of a pack, so no complaints. And another sword for my collection. I do like the swords. Cool cards. Right. We got a win with it. Let's just move on to another deck. And let's try out Traditional Ayara. This is much what you would expect it to be. It is mono black aristocrats. Lots of sacrifice effects, trading our opponent out, recursive creatures. The two Ayara decks I built recently, this one is by far the better one. The other one was built around devotion, and there's just not enough support in mono black. You know, you can steal games with Grey Merchant, but you don't always get Grey Merchant. Ayula, Queen Among Bears. I actually have a commander deck in paper with this as the commander. This card can be really good. It's even better in this format where it's one-on-one, and the fighting is much more impactful. So, but thankfully not super great against us because we have mostly of our creatures are expendable. Desecrated Tomb plus Tenacious Underdog, nice little interaction there. Demonic Embrace is also good. Village Rights. I like this hand a lot. What is that thing? We'll just get the underdog out. Depends on what he does is what we do next. If he gets Ayula out, we probably just... Okay. He plays his commander and we draw Meat Hook Massacre. You know what? Let's just get aggressive. Force him to do something. 6/3 flyer that comes back to life. And anything that he fights with is likely to die. In Search of Greatness. And sometimes fast free spells. An okay card. Opponent attacks. And passes the turn. Okay. So, Desecrated Tomb, hold up Village Rights attack. It's gotta be frustrating to just be facing down a giant flyer. And if he does find interaction, we can... Okay. Okay, I see what he's doing there. But he could have just cast that. I know that was the play. Whatever. Maybe he wanted to get it out so he could pump it up. Exuberant Wolf Bear. Okay. Does he fight? It's fine. His creature dies too. So he gets in for 2. Alright. Let's just keep being aggressive. And we can even sacrifice this. before it dies to its own effect. Because we're winning the race right now, so... Draw 3 cards. Alright, and we have a couple of board wipes, so... Few board wipes. So if his board gets out of hand, we can reset it. That would be a reason to wipe the board. Does he fight? Probably. Oh no, he just puts counters on things. Okay, well, we're going to wipe the board next turn. In which case, we should mitigate a damage. We use all our mana. Cancel. Not dragon creatures, all non-dragon creatures. Have a 3-drop? No. Rise onto the top. Oof, he's not going to like this. Alright, so we go opportunist into Gatekeeper. This makes him sack his creature and we get to draw off of it. Nasty. Fun fact, Desecrated Tomb will give you a bat if your commander dies and you put it back in the command zone. Because it goes to the graveyard, then you choose put it back in the command zone. That's how that interaction works. Didn't always used to work that way, but now it does. I'm probably looking to kill Opportunist. If he can. Alright, commander comes out again. I have bad news for you, my friend. I think we just keep being aggressive. So we can do that for 4. We'll have 3 mana left over. Yeah, let's do that. Kill his commander, get the Demonic Embrace on Morbid Opportunist. Draw a card. Feel a little bit bad for this, honestly. His deck is not well positioned to deal with mine. Probably don't need this 3rd board wipe. You have a 3-drop. Fortunately, from personal experience, I'll tell you, Ayula is... I don't know, it's lacking something. I don't know what exactly it's lacking, but it is lacking something. Okay. Just get aggressive again. He's just dead. That's the game. That was clean. Not a great matchup for the Bears deck. A very removal-heavy deck with creatures they don't care about being killed. You know, Ayula thrives in a matchup where you can play the Bears and eat your opponent's creatures and keep attacking. That is not what this was. Hey, look at that. We want a pack to open. We don't even have to spend any gold. Creature attacks, move area 2, make a 2/2, tapped and attacking. Attack at the end of combat. That's pretty cool. Pretty cool. We're very reminiscent of. Oh, what's the name of the card? There's a white card. You get to keep the token, but it's not tapped and attacking, and it's a 1/1. This seems solid. Artifact creature that makes more artifacts. For anything that cares about that. Makes me want to build a artifact deck with red in it. Black red can be really fun. It's an artifact deck colors. All right, what do we get? What do we get? New uncommon. That seems good. That seems really good. Removal and pump. In the right situations, that could be a huge blowout. Kill something, pump your creature to kill something else, and maybe even save your creature. Seems good. And Triceraton Commander. There's something really silly about a card with Commander in its name that can't be your commander. Flying, when this creature attacks, dinosaurs other than this creature get +1/+1 game flying until end of turn. When this creature enters, you make X/2/2 dinosaurs. Boy, I wish it could be a commander. It'd be really cool in the command zone. But also dinosaurs in street clothes with guns. Oh, that's kind of gross. Okay, next game. All right, we played Frogspawn, we played Flicker, we played through traditional Iara. Let's try Tiny Bones. This deck is kind of a polarizing deck. Some matchups it's amazing, and some matchups it just does nothing. Joda, and it gets matched up against some of the nastiest decks. Like Joda. Thoughtseize could be really clutch here. I wish I went first, but I don't. That's okay. Do we go Tiny Bones Thoughtseize, or do we do Thoughtseize Tiny Bones? Let's do Tiny Bones Thoughtseize. Surveil a 1-drop. Surveil a 1-drop. That'd be... Oh, darn. Speaking of Tiny Bones. Okay. We'll just get rid of Breach. It's the most expensive card. Probably not anywhere close to playing it. Can do it too. Relic. Takes away his next turn play. That card is also insane in this deck, so let's get rid of it. Also, potentially could play it at some point. Maybe even next turn. Ah, you got a blocker. What are you gonna do? Okie dokie. Artichoke. Hypnotic Spectre. Keep attacking that hand of his. That was a heck of a top deck. Like, card that actually can favorably block Tiny Bones is pretty rare. Does he attack? No, he doesn't. Ooh. That's pretty good. I'm gonna discard a card and get a copy of Glissa. We can also replay the one in the graveyard, which is fun. Target non-land permanent. Okay. All right. Start with attacks. Does he trade his 5-drop? He does not. Okay. Let's see. We are 5 land. We go down to 2, back up to 3. We can play Glissa. Good stuff. It's like Serena. Better find something he can play, because otherwise I'll probably make him discard it. Okie dokie. Ah. Okay. Annoying. I didn't even think about that. But yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so at the very least we can get rid of it with that. And I don't really care about Tiny Bones joins up. Just draw a card. Yeah, we'll do that. We don't want him playing that and refilling his hand. Pretty good position. We got a couple death touch blockers, so he can't really attack. Not with the ground creatures anyway. Interesting. Oh, he's probably relying on old Gnawbone. That's fine. Oh, Derevi. Interesting. And Ruby. That's right, he can't play out Gnawbone. What am I thinking? Ah, I see, okay. I really wish I could make him discard it. That would be pretty awesome. But I can't. That being said... That being said, might be good to play on the backside. Okay. Wait, he becomes into... Wait, what? Did she become indestructible? Oh, I see. That's interesting. Okay. Fine. We're not dead yet. And this is actually pretty good play with all this mana. I don't know. We might just be dead. That's Joda. Joda doing Joda things. Yeah, I didn't even think about that at first, but yeah, Joda's just doing Joda things. Let's see, we block there, we block there, we block there, we die. Yeah. Okay, whatever. Good job. You won with one of the best decks in the format. Good for you. What are you gonna do? Herpaderp be herpaderping. We go on for days about how messed up of a card Joda is, but I won't. I won't. Just move on with our lives. Okay, this is a heck of a hand. This is actually a hand where we don't play Commander on turn one. We play Una's Blackguard, then play our Commander. Potentially, depending on what he does. Okay, cool. Last from Edict could be really good here. Board wipe for a deck that loves to go wide. Goro Goro. Play Una's Blackguard. Plays the boots. No land, though. Interesting. Okay, well, we'll play Commander, get a +1/+1 counter on it. Play Waste On. You can do it too. Yeah, he chose to keep a hand with only 2 mountains. Yeah. Lots and lots and lots of 2-land hands have taught me in this format, in this client. Don't keep 2-landers unless your whole hand is playable. Yeah, lots of card draw, maybe some surveilling, scrying to be able to hit more land drops. Even then, you might miss land drops. Arena loves giving 2-land hands, and then never will you see a land again. Okay, that wasn't really much of a game, so we'll play another one with Tiny Bones. We won by forfeit of mana screw on our opponent's part. Boring. And Pakal is otherwise a very, very nasty commander. Not as bad as Joda, though. I will say that. Against Arden the Usurper. Big, giant 8-mana dude that wants to reanimate his stuff. Also means he might fill his graveyard for us to steal with Tiny Bones. This is definitely one where we want to get him out as early as we can. And this hand is great for that. Into Shambling Ghast, that's fine. Make him discard some cards. It's a good blocker, but I'm not that worried about it. Yep. Okay. Looks like level up plus foretell. Just to use up our mana. And you know what? I actually think we attack. He's going to block. No big deal. He gets his treasure. Then we can move on with our lives and replay Tiny Bones. Yeah, let's do it. Fine with me. It's just going to sit there and block Tiny Bones forever, so there's not really a point to stalemating. Okay, I really wish I'd drawn a land there, but whatever. It is what it is. Move on. Let's see what we got. Beginning of your draw step, draw an additional card for each opponent that has one or fewer cards in hand. Okay, that's fine. If people don't like commanders. Alright. We drew a land. Cool. Let's make him discard some cards. I mean, we could be playing into his strategy, but what we do. Not gonna not do it. Makes all our cards duds. Okay, also missing land drops. Also, Extinction Vet could be really good. Okay, we hit our land drop. Let's just steal some cards. Alright, we get to take 2 cards. We can play them for as long as they remain exiled. Creature card from a graveyard. And Jet Medallion seems good. Or Bloodletter. Any instant speed or interaction? No. I like it. This play is great because... Cool. Gives us some interaction and helps mitigate the mana screw we're getting. Reach the multiverse. All right. Nice full graveyard. And we can wipe away anything that he gets. Most likely. Valgavoth. Okay, well, let's see. What does Valgavoth say? If a card you didn't control would be put into an opponent's graveyard from anywhere, exile instead, you may play those cards. Okay. Well, got bad news for you, buddy. Your 9-mana creature gets killed by a 2-mana artifact. I follow up with Aclazotz or Pickpocket. Pickpocket might be better. Start getting stuff out of his grave. Or cheaper. World map. Nixos. Probably there to get Nixos, I would assume. And Boardwalk. That's fine. Okie dokie. Artichoke. The Aclazotz, if it dies, we get more land that way. We would like to hit our 6th land so we can play Virtue. Okay, looking for Nixos, I would assume. Oh, no, that makes sense too. Actually, it's better on this board. Much better. Okay, so he has 6 mana. Okay, that's fine. We actually kind of wanted that. Guarantee that we hit our land drop. Perfect. Seems good. Okay, he gets a dude back, but that's fine. We have a couple different board wipes. A few different. What's he get? What does he choose? That's fine. We're going to extinction event anyway. This is what? Even mana value? No, odd. So maybe not extinction event. All right. What do we want? Since we're going to be blowing up the board, let's just do wrench and get a couple more cards from him. Ooh, Nykthos. Iron Giant. Vigilance, reach, trample. Oh my goodness. Yes, please. Definitely want that, and we'll take the Nykthos to get there. Holy cow. Okay, we do need to wipe the board this turn. No doubt. We can't let Valgavoth stay in the field. Oh, that's tempting, though. Can we do both? Let's see, that's... I think we can, actually. 6. That's 8. No, not quite. Not quite. And actually, we're getting pretty close to just killing him with Torment of Hailfire. Yeah, let's just Blasphemous Edict. No chance of him, you know, protecting anything. All right, but next turn, boy, that is gonna be quite a spell to cast. Ooh. Good stuff. There, Commander. To kind of make it look like we're just trying to get stuff out of his grave one at a time, and then boom, rise. Valgavoth is gone, which is good. That's mana neutral right there. Because playing a Lone Swamp gives him extra mana. Okay. He gets one thing, and whatever else he doesn't get, I get. Looks good. Looks can be deceiving, though. Oh. Watch this fail. This is going to be gross. Oh, that is a lot less creatures than I thought it was. Still good, though. It's all the creatures out of the graveyard, which we would very much like to do. All right, is there anything in our hand we don't really care about giving him? Not really. We don't want him inventing any of this stuff. So no Gutmorn this turn. And we will pitch... Actually, probably just Gutmorn. Well, no, he can make a copy of it. So let's not give him a creature. Extinction event? Yeah, extinction event. Now he has to have removal if he wants to get something with his commander. What does this do? Oh, can he even flip this? I think you can actually flip tokens now. All right, sacrifices his dude to get a card. What? Oh, what could it be? This is a little scary. What did he choose? Board wipe? Could be a board wipe. Interesting. Get a bunch of black mana. Torment? Okay, no, just a board wipe. Okay. Ah, that's right. Okay, I see what he's doing. Well, we're just gonna kill him again. play might just be Torment. So let's get rid of Meathook Master. Let's see how much we can do it for. Land would be great here. Let's get Golbez again. Wow, we are just not drawing lands. That's crazy. 4, 5, 6. 4 plus 6 is 10. 11. X equals 9. That seems good. Yeah, let's do that. Wait, X equals 10. I must have miscounted. I think that just kills him. Or if not, very close. He loses both his stuff, his things. Both his cards. Both his non-lands. Cool. That was closer than I thought it would be. I should have done the math, honestly, but it's fine. We won. Tiny Bones won. That was cool. Mono Black versus Mono Black, kind of just Mono Black on Mono Black violence. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a rune, surveil 1. Cool. I do like enchantment decks. I like non-traditional enchantment decks. I don't like shrines. I used to, and then they added so many that now the decks build themselves and auto win if you don't have board wipes for enchantments, or can kill them really, really fast. I don't like shrines for that reason. They're just too mainstream now, too easy build. Not a big fan of like traditional green-white like Sythis. Another too mainstream, too easy deck. Like 2 mana in the command zone that lets you draw cards every time you play an enchantment. It's a little busted. I actually have it as a commander in paper just to kind of mess around with a broken deck whenever I'm playing against high power stuff. But that's the only place I like playing it. I like playing non-traditional enchantment-based decks, like where green and white aren't the focus, or shrines aren't the focus. Like, for instance, I really like Ephemia, although I've never really been had much luck making it work. Thinking a Sagas deck is the way to go with Ephemia. Ephemia. In fact, you know what? We're going to try building one. I mean, she's not like super powerful or anything, but she does enchantment stuff in a format where, not in a format, in a color that's not usually built around that. Makes you dudes. I can attack. We're going to try it. But before we do that, I'm going to take a quick break, stretch the legs, refill my water, or stretch my water, refill my legs, something like that. And we'll be back just in a few minutes, folks. Stay tuned. And we're back. All right, so we're going to build a Femia again. I've tried her several times out throughout the years. For some reason, I never thought about a Saga deck, but that's what we're going to do now. Also, self-sacrificing enchantments seem good. All right, leeches, then turns into a creatures with vehicles with menace. Okay, sure. Nice early game. Another one that's fine early game, can remove things, pump things, gain us some life. Seems pretty good with Euphemia since she has flying, which is vanity, blows something up, gives us a food token, and pumps a creature. This deck is very much going to be like enchantments, but low to the ground, trying to deal combat damage, so seems good. You may sacrifice a creature. If you do, each opponent discards a card. You can sacrifice an enchantment creature. Return creature card from your graveyard to your hand. So if we get any of the Saga creatures, we can get those back, or just, any creature that happens to die. And yeah, I mean, sure. Elspeth's Nightmare, also very good. Destroys things, takes things out of my opponent's hand, also exiles a grave. Shift your library for a card, exile it face down, shuffle. Turn the exiled card face up. If it's a creature card, you lose life equal to its mana value. You may put the exiled card onto the battlefield if it's a creature card. If you don't put it on the battlefield, put it into its owner's hand. Okay, so Creation of Avacyn, interesting. There's for any card, and then after 2 more turns, you either put it on the field if it's a creature, or put it in your hand. Let's try it. It seems really slow and weird, but it also is an enchantment, so why not? Or, I mean, a Saga. Well, also enchantment. Destroy target creature. First Saga. First chapter. Sure. That's auto include. Each player may discard a card. Each player who doesn't loses 3 life. Hey, that's pretty good with us because we can pitch enchantments to feed to Euphemia to make zombies. Exile any number of another graveyard hate. Okay. I'm liking this. I'm liking this so far. Temerate. This one is like built for Euphemia. It mills you. It makes more zombies. It gains you life and scries X, where X is the number of zombies you have. I really like Temerate Calls the Dead. Chainer's Torment. 4 mana, 2 damage to each opponent, and you gain 2 life twice. And then you get an XX, where X is half your life total rounded up. And it deals that much damage to you. So it leeches your opponent twice, and then makes you a big creature and halves your life total. Sure, let's try it. Okay, so he's an enchantment on the back. He hits a player, turns into a Saga. Unfortunately, each opponent discards a card and you draw a card. Each opponent who sacrifices 2 creatures of their choice. This is a maybe. It doesn't synergize with Euphemia as well, although I do have some stuff to bring it back to life. And it's some card advantage, which is cool. It fits the theme while not really fitting her actual ability. Okay. Both of you make a food. You leech a life and make a treasure. Leech 3 life and make a treasure. Not leech. You hit your opponent for 3 and create a treasure. Then you get some spirits. This is a weird card to evaluate. We're going to try it because we want as many sagas as possible. All right, so there's at least two board wipes that are enchantment based or saga based. You could ring tempt you on your commander. Blows up all the creatures. Sure. Another one that blows up all the creatures while saving one that you choose. Also, if you have any artifact creatures, it saves them. Another one that also exiles graveyards. Notably, the ones that exile graves are an anti-synergy with this one's last chapter, but I mean, it's not a big deal. It's not like that's our main game plan. All right, Rite of Bells and Lock makes you a bunch of 0/1 tokens, and then a 6/6 flyer. And we usually are going to have tokens to sacrifice to it. Seems good. Yeah, let's give it a shot. The Long Reach of Night. Each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice unless they discard a card. Okay. And then whenever this creature attacks, gets +X/+O until on a turn where X is the number of creature cards in defending player's graveyard. We do have a little bit of like mess with our opponent's graveyard stuff going on. Some of them don't really synergize together, but let's see. Exiling graveyards. This one, where's it? You don't have to do this. You do have to do this one. The Phyrexian Scriptures. And this one also you must. All right, Cruelty of Gix. This card is pretty powerful. Eldest Reborn, a no-brainer, very, very good saga. Primal Odin, another powerful one, and a creature enchantment. And it can just like win the game out of nowhere if your opponent's caught shields down. Do we play bomb? I mean, we're a saga deck. Let's do it. Also, Bahamut with the creation of Avacyn. Okay, I can get behind that. Let's take a look at the ones we don't have. We do have just a couple common and uncommon wild card, but we could get more if there's anything like we cannot live without. Okay, there's only a handful. Only one of them is uncommon. All right, let's start at the top. Tribute to Hirobi. 2 mana. Each opponent creates a rat. Twice. Then you steal all the rats, and you get a flying haste 3/3. And you can sack things when you attack with it to draw cards. I mean, it seems fine, especially at 2 mana. But I don't really want to just go out of my way to get a rare wild card just for that. Childred, kind of like Jecht, is not an enchantment on the front. She's undoubtedly a very powerful card. But not having her is not going to hurt my deck too much. Summon Anima. 6 mana, 4/4. Draw a card and lose life 3 times. Each opponent sacrifices a creature of their choice and loses 3 life. So we draw 3, and at the end, they lose a creature and 3 life. There's a 4/4 menace in the meantime. It's an uncommon. I'll probably just craft it. Cloning of Shredder. Exile target creature card from your graveyard. Create a token that's a copy of it, except it isn't legendary and it's a mutant. Create a token that's a copy of a card exiled with this saga, except it isn't legendary and is a mutant in addition twice. Okay, so you exile one of your creatures out of your grave and you make a copy of it every turn for 3 turns. Other than being a saga, it doesn't really synergize super well with what we have so far. And it's a mythic. Another mythic here, The Rise of Sozin. Destroy all creatures as the first chapter. Now, just that alone would make me think I might want to craft this if I can get a mythic wild card. The saga enters. Okay, choose a card name, search target opponent's graveyard, hand, and library for up to 4 cards with that name and exile them, then shuffle. So, in Brawl, what this means is pick a card you think your opponent's going to have that you don't want to see and get rid of it. And sometimes you can actually pretty easily pick a card, depending on the deck. Like, Well, I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but there are some cards that are kind of auto includes, and you can just get them out of their deck. And then it comes back third turn as a menacing firebending 3/5/5. Combat damage to a player, you may pay X. When you do, put any number of target creature cards with total mana value X or less from that player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control. So, if you can attack with him, you can try to get a bunch of creatures out of your opponent's graveyard after destroying all of them. I'm not going to bend over backwards to get this card. But if this deck turns out to be good and fun and I want to keep working on it, this would be one I would want to try to get if I can. This, maybe like we'll buy some avatar packs and hope to crack it if possible. If not, we'll still build up our collection. Not a big deal. Okay, so we'll craft that one. All right, we've got all but 3 of the sagas that are available to us. Not counting Shieldred, she's not a saga on the front. I mean, she's good, and if I got her, I'd put her in here, but she's not. She synergizes with herself, not with my commander. Okay, now that that's out of the way, we want as many enchantments as possible, especially ones that put themselves in the graveyard. So, T equals enchantment, and O, that's Oracle, equals sacrifice. So, if you don't know, there's certain things you can put in here. If you put E equals, that is type equals. So you want cards that only are a certain type, or have that. And notably, it doesn't actually care about if you have the full word. You can just put enchant or ENCH, and you're probably going to get just enchantments. And then O for oracle, that looks for the oracle text of the card. That being the data that's on the Gatherer website, database of all cards. For the actual canon text, sometimes cards are adjusted and they'll have oracle text that's different from their regular text. That's why oracle's a thing. Most of the time, it doesn't make a difference, oracle text versus regular text. But that's what that stands for. So this gives us only enchantments that have sacrifice somewhere in the text box. Okay. Sacrifice an artifact or creature to draw a card. He is an enchantment creature himself. He's a maybe. If he ends up in the grave, I can exile him. Hopeless Nightmare. I feel like is a really good one here because interacts early, gets something out of their hand, hits them a little bit, keeps our aggression level high, and then we can put it in the grave ourselves and scry 2 and eat it. Omen of the Dead, kind of the same thing, except it gets a creature out of our graveyard instead of doing the discard thing. It's not as good, but it normally also has flash, which is cool. Landfall, the Crest for Necropolis. This is another one that can get creatures out of your graveyard, puts itself in the graveyard. So yeah, I'll probably include that. Scavenger's Talent. When one or more creatures you control die, create a food token. This ability triggers only once. Then whenever you sacrifice a permanent, target player mills 2 cards. Notably, when you use the last chapter of an enchantment or of a saga that doesn't turn into a creature, you sacrifice it. So that can mill us and put more enchantments in the grave. That second chapter seems really good. And then at the beginning of your upkeep, you can sacrifice 3 non-land permanents to get a creature from your graveyard. Another thing that can get creatures out. But just for the second chapter alone, I think this is worth playing. It doesn't put itself in the grave, but it puts more stuff in the grave. And is an enchantment. If it ends up in the grave, we're happy. And it's nice and cheap. And gives us a little bit of life gain. Nothing wrong with that. Okay. Vampiric Rites. Similar to Dockside Chef. In fact, yeah, very, very similar. This is a maybe. Yeah, it's a maybe. We'll see. Beginning of your end step, if you descended this turn, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature you control. Okay, I do like this here. Descending means you put each time a permanent card is put into your graveyard from anywhere. Notably, does not include tokens. And it's not actually the permanent part, it's the card part. You descend each time a permanent card is put into your graveyard from anywhere. Tokens are permanents, but they are not cards. So you don't descend when tokens die. That being said, you're going to be descending a lot in the deck with sagas. This seems good. Then you can also sack it to make a 4/3 flyer, which also puts it in the grave. All around, this feels like a perfect deck for this kind of card. Ace of the Stashed Skeleton, another one that puts itself in the graveyard, makes a 2/1 with Menace, and then if you have no skeletons with Suspected, which this is probably going to be our only one, you can sack it to find any card in your deck, put it in your hand. This seems really good here. Okay, Lampad of Death's Vigil, another creature sacrifice outlet. Probably not worth including. It doesn't really work that synergize. I guess it can sacrifice itself, but it's not good enough just on that alone. Pendragon Besieged. At the beginning of your end step, choose a creature with the least toughness among creatures your opponents control. It perpetually gets -1/-1, and when your opponent controls no creature, sacrifice this. Seems good. Eventually puts itself in the graveyard if your opponent has no creatures to make you use some more dudes. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Or Sporogenic Infection. An aura, you enchant a creature. When that Venusaur enters, target player sacrifices a creature of their choice other than the enchanted creature. And whenever the enchanted creature is dealt damage, destroy it. Okay, so it's a 4th sacrifice for our opponent. And then it goes on a creature, and creatures are inherently fragile. So it could just die by other means, or it could die from this card's effect, in which case, Bob's your uncle. We have another enchantment in the graveyard. Cool. Trial of Ambition is an enchantment, makes our opponent sacrifice stuff. This card is fine as removal. Enters, makes your opponent sacrifice something. If we happen to include cartouches in our deck, we could get more value out of it. I think it's worth playing. I mean, it's another enchantment that does something we want. Underhanded Designs. So this one's a bit weird. It's an enchantment that cares about artifacts. It only really does anything if you have artifacts. And for that reason, probably not going to include it. We don't have like any kind of artifact synergies going on. I mean, I'll put it in the maybes in case somehow we end up with a bunch of artifacts, but I doubt it. All right, Vengeful Strangler. Not an enchantment on the front. It's a fine card, but not really doing a lot of what we want here. Okay, on to the next page. Okay. Base power 0, and at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life unless you sacrifice this creature. Card is not good enough. One of the problems with this card is if you put it on a creature with like counters or something that buffs it, it still has power. And at the beginning of your upkeep, you lose 1 life is not enough. Like, it's not worth playing for 2 mana. It's just not powerful enough. Unfortunately. Hour of Victory. Start your engines. When it enters, you make a 2/2 zombie, which we like zombies. We might even look for some cards that pump zombies to put in here. And then if you're at max speed, you can sack it to find any card. Another one. I really like this. Really like this here. It's essentially a 3-mana 2/2 zombie that eventually puts an enchantment in your graveyard and gets you any card out of your deck. Very good. Inevitable End. At the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature. Yeah, I mean, it forces our opponent to start sacrificing things. They can sacrifice the thing that we put this on. And then there's another enchantment in our graveyard. Midnight Snack. At the beginning of your end step, if you attack this turn, create a food. And you can sack it to leech your opponent for the amount of life you gain. So we're not really doing life gain things in particular, but it is an enchantment that puts itself in the graveyard. It can create us some food tokens. We're going to put it as a maybe. We'll look and see like what kind of life gain, what kind of food token synergies we've got once we put some more stuff in here. Necromancy. This card is old and complicated, but essentially it's a 3-mana enchantment you can play to get a creature back to the battlefield. And you get to get any creature from any graveyard, and it's yours on your side of the field. You can play it at instant speed, but if you do, the creature, this gets sacrificed, and so does the creature at the end step. So, but this is also just like really good. I mean, it's 3 mana to take any creature out of any graveyard, put it on the battlefield. We already have some ways to mess with our opponents' graveyards, get some stuff into our opponent's graveyard. So this seems good. Unbelievably, it's an uncommon. All right, Sanguine Brushstroke. It does not put itself in the graveyard, but it creates a Blood Artist. So it's a 3-mana Blood Artist, which on its own is fine. And then it gives us a blood token, which means we can discard a card to draw a card, which means we can discard enchantments. Like this here. It's not like, oh my god, here, but it is pretty good. All right, Soul Reaper of Mogus. Sacrifices creatures to draw cards. Probably not good enough. Treacherous Blessing. This card can be good. If you have ways to target it, it can be even better. We'll put it as a maybe. It can be very dangerous too, although if we're trying to be aggressive, we'll see. All right, Corral of the Void. Or Corral? Probably Corral. Enchant creature you control. When enchanted creature attacks, put target creature card from defending player's graveyard onto the battlefield under your control, tapped and attacking. Beginning of your end step, sacrifice this aura unless a non-land permanent left the battlefield this turn or a spell was warped this turn. Another thing that can steal our opponent's stuff. It wants us to have things leaving the battlefield, which is not really a problem in a Saga deck. I like it. We'll try it. Erebos, Bleak-Hearted, is an enchantment, cares about devotion, but it's hard to put in the graveyard. Like, if you play it, they have to make you sacrifice it or something, and it doesn't, well, yeah, it doesn't really synergize well what we're doing. It's a fine card, but not needed. Grave Pact is one of the greatest black enchantments of all time. I mean, it's worth playing on its own merit. It is an enchantment. It's one that people are going to want to destroy because it's so powerful. And in the meantime, it'll just do nasty stuff. There are some decks that just cannot beat a Grave Pact. Ill-Gotten Inheritance. Yes, it's an enchantment that puts itself in the graveyard, but it is a little too expensive on the mana cost to be worth it. All it does is leech your opponent once a turn, and then you can leech them even more for 6 mana, but yeah, I don't think it's doing enough. Torment of Scarabs enchants your opponent. It makes them sacrifice things or lose 3 life or discard cards. It's not really what we're trying to do. All right, and when this enchantment enters, destroy a creature. Okay, 5 mana is a bit much, but it does something. Beginning of your end step, if a creature died under an opponent's control this turn, create a treasure token. You get a treasure if you play it and destroy something on its baseline. Then if you control 3 or more treasures, transforms into a dragon. 5/6. It doesn't have flying, notably. Sacrifice another creature or artifact, and it gains indestructible. This is a weird one. It is removal. It is an enchantment. It does give us some tokens. That's a maybe. Okay. Now let's see. O equals sacrifice. O equals enchantment. So this is things that can sacrifice enchantments. As an additional cost to cast the spell, sacrifice a creature or enchantment, exile target creature. Yes. Me want. Me like. Alright, this can make them discard a creature or enchantment, and it can also make them sacrifice an enchantment. It's a fine card, but it doesn't really synergize. We'll put it in the maybes as like if we need more removal. But it has nothing to do with our strategy. It's just removal. That being said, Mono Black does want things to deal with enchantments, so maybe, yeah, we'll just put that in the main board. Now I think about it, we want the few ways we can get to destroy enchantments. Raids. Yeah, I actually kind of like Braids here. A lot of the time, your opponent's just not going to have enchantments to sacrifice, so we get to leech them for 2 and draw cards. And she's just a 3-mana 3/3. We don't mind sacrificing sagas, especially when like we've gotten the parts of it we like already and don't need the rest. It's not an auto include, but it is good. I'm going to put it in the maybe pile. All right, Farika's Libation, another one that makes our opponents get rid of enchantments. Another one that gets rid of enchantments. Yeah. I think it's fine. It's a little overcosted, but there's another one that kills enchantments and also does other things. This card's good. I mean, this card saw play in Standard and it's pretty powerful. Sacrifice any number of artifact, enchantments, and or tokens from your return any number of creature cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. This has shades of being potentially powerful. We don't have a lot of creatures yet, though, so that's a maybe. All right, Baleful Beholder. Each opponent sacrifices an enchantment of their choice, or creature you control gain menace until end of turn. You know, I kind of want to try this. That menace is scarier than it might sound. You can just play it, give all your creatures menace, and maybe just kill your opponent. Or play it as a 7/5 that makes your opponent sacrifice an enchantment. Let's give it a shot. Sacrifice this artifact to destroy target creature or enchantment. Weird. And a land. Okay. Let's see. What else does things? Let's see. Bargain? I think. What does bargain say? Bargain. You may sacrifice an artifact, enchantment, or token as you cast the spell. Okay, so these are things that we can use to sacrifice our own enchantments. Removal. That also sacrifices enchantments. Oh yeah, it's bargain in the name, that's why. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. If this spell was bargain, you may put one of those cards from mana value 4 or less onto the battlefield instead of putting it into your hand. This is another maybe if we build up a good creature base. Exile the top 13. Oh, this has bargain in the name. Rowan's Grim Search. So it's basically draw 2, lose 2, and you get to get some selection if you bargain. I mean, we probably need more card draw, but it's still a maybe because it is 3 mana. This Feast of Mirror is probably an auto include. It gets any card out of our deck, puts it in our hand. If we bargained, and it's a mana value 4, and it's mana value 4 or less, we get to play it for free. This is an auto include. Dark Bargain has bargain in the name, probably not very good. What does it do? Look at the top 3 cards. Two in your hand, the other into your graveyard, deals 2 damage to you. Not for 4 mana, even at instant speed. High Fey Negotiator. 5 mana, 3/5 flyer. That leeches your opponent for 3 when you bargain it. Okay, what else? Revolt. Fatal Push is probably just worth playing anyway, and we can get the Revolt off pretty often with sagas. So yeah, we need more removal. So enters with a +1/+1 counter if a permanent left the battlefield. Yeah, no. And then this here, another mechanic that just got released, and it cares about things leaving the battlefield. No. Left the battlefield under your control this turn. Create a rat. I mean, he's not a bad card. He synergizes off of what we're trying to do. He himself does, but he doesn't help the strategy per se. He just kind of does something good for us while we do our strategy. Is he worth a slot, though? I mean, he makes us tokens, and we do want to be attacking, and he's cheap. Let's give him a shot. Okay, what else? What else? Let's see. I'm going to make a source, I'm going to bring up a source. I'm going to bring up a browser, and we're going to do some research. No, that's not the right way. Window capture. There we go. All right, so we're going to bring up the browser. Still learning Streamlabs. But all right, window capture, add source. And we're going to do that. Okay. And yeah, let's. Okay. There we go. Now you can see while we look for cards. So cool. Learn something new every day. So this is Scryfall, but we can also check out EDH Rec. Yes, it's for Commander, but sometimes you can find some sleepers or cards you wouldn't think of otherwise by looking up the Commander. So Ephemia the Cacophony. All right, so it's got new cards Ninja Teen. Whenever a creature you control leaves the battlefield, each opponent loses a life. Creatures. Honestly, maybe just for the creatures you control get +1/+1 and have menace. And, they lose life if our creatures die. This one is not on Arena. Yeah, so hang on 1 second, and we'll set this up so we can see both. There we go. You guys can see my browsing. Cool. Okay, that worked. So, Ninja Teen. Super Shredder. This card probably worth playing. Maybe not. We'll see. It's a maybe. Our sagas leave the battlefield, make it bigger, but I mean, this thing combos with anything that happens in the game. All right, Ninja Teen. Putting Ninja Teen in here. Okay. All right, so Team Rat we already got. This is on Arena. Grim Guardian I don't think is on Arena either. Actually, we should look at Constellation cards, though. Actually, are there even Constellation? Doesn't look like it. Yeah, there's no Constellation cards. Didn't think so. All right, Seal of Doom is not on here. Hormod is not. Ashiok's Reaper. That seems pretty good. 4 mana, 3/3, a bit expensive, but gives us a card every time a saga dies. Yeah. Yeah, that's probably worth playing. Okay, what else? Graph Harvest, zombies you control have menace. I mean, yeah, that's probably worth playing. Leon's Mastery, another enchantment. Okay, yeah, I could get behind those. It's an enchantment, so if someone blows it up, then we get another thing in the graveyard to make even more zombies. It pumps the zombies. And then, what's the other one again? Oh, yeah. Graph Harvest. It is just solid for only 1 mana. Like it. Like it a lot. We're going to end up with too many cards, but that's okay. That is kind of the fun for me. These are like the high synergy cards. Okay. Grey Merchant. I don't think I'll play Grey Merchant here. I mean, obviously a good card, but it's not quite as over the top in this deck since we're doing the saga thing. We don't keep our devotion high. Endless Ranks is not on here. Frank Sheeterita, yeah. I mean, yeah. I think this card is obviously good in here. Enchantment that people want to get rid of and draws us cards in the meantime. Eldest Reborn we already have. Don't Mind Rack Harpy, it mills us, and that's fine. And it's an enchantment, but it's just not impactful enough. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Mire's Grasp. There's a few different cards like this. So time equals aura. Deadweight is one of them. Death's Approach, potentially. I can see this being good. You throw it on the Euphemia, she gets +1/+1, and then if she dies, you get her back to your hand, and she's nice and cheap to be able to easily replay her. So I like that. I like that. +2/+2. So if it's a vampire, -2/-2. Otherwise, this is a lot like Deadweight. A lot of the time, it's just gonna be like Deadweight. Highest Ghost Form, another one that protects our commander, puts itself in the grave. Mogus's Favor. It's fine, but it doesn't work on our commander because she has 1 toughness. Probably not. It's interesting. Regenerate is pretty rare. Okay, but nowadays anyway. Enchanted creature has +1/+1, is a menace, and has menace and is a symbiote. You may cast this card from your graveyard by discarding a card in addition to paying its other costs. Okay, yeah, there's actually another card coming up that very similar. I'm probably going to want to play. In fact, you saw it in the game with Ayara. Kills creatures and ventures into the dungeon of all things. It's removal that also does something else and puts itself in the graveyard as an enchantment. So yeah, like that. Creature. Whenever I just realized you guys cannot see behind the browser, I am going to make that invisible. Okay, there we go. My bad. My bad. And if you need to see what some of the cards are, let me know in the chat. Enchant creature and opponent controls. When an enchant creature dies, exile cards equal to its power from the top of its owner's library. You may cast spells from those cards, and as long as they remain exiled, then mana type can be spent to cast them. That's funny. I kind of just want to play it because it's funny. I don't know if it's good, but it's funny. We're going to try it. Debilitating Injury is... It's more removal. It's also an aura. Lifelink, and whenever a creature in opponent controls dies, put a +1/+2 counter on this creature. It's fine, but... +2/+0, and when this creature dies, return to the battlefield tapped under its owner's control. As Flash. Can save our creature. Can also just be a pump and we can respond to removal or just put it on the creature to protect it in perpetuity, and then eventually it could end up at the grave to make it more zombies. I like it. Mire's Grasp, another solid one. Enchantment that gives -3/-3. This is very similar to that Withering Crown card. But I think it's a little better. First of all, 2 life is more substantial. I mean, obviously, it's double. It doesn't reduce its power to 0, but -3, a lot of the time, is just enough to kind of neuter the creature. That being said, I'd prefer just straight up removal. All right, Toxic 2. But it's another one that protects the creature. I mean, putting Toxic on our commander could mean just they die from poison. It's kind of funny. I like these auras that protect our commander. Whenever another creature dies, put a +1/+1 counter on this creature. When the enchanted creature dies, look at the top X cards of your library, where X is its power. Put one of those cards in your hand and the rest on the bottom. Weird card. Meh. It replaces itself, gives something Death Touch. I mean, we do need card draw, but I don't know if this is good enough. Same with Lithoform Blight I was thinking about. This one's not particularly likely to go to the graveyard, but it does shut down certain lands. It's kind of like land destruction in a way. Like, you put it on like a Nixos, so they can only get colorless mana, or mana of any color, but not multiple mana. I think this one, we'll see. It's a maybe. I'm already over, obviously, but I do have some maybes to cull through. This one's also a maybe. Okay, Trespasser's Curse. This is one of those annoying enchantments that people usually want to get rid of unless they're like control deck. But it's not super impactful and not really what we're trying to do. Cartouche. I mean, +1/+1 and lifelink for 3 mana is not awful. We can also kill off a creature, potentially. And if we happen to get it with the trial, we could kind of have a loop going. And for that reason, I think I want it. When this aura enters, look at target player's hand, choose a card, that player discards it. And when the creature's dealt damage, destroy it. I think 3 mana is a bit much for this. Okay. Curse of Leeches. Actually, kind of like this card. It's cheaper than Ill-Gotten Inheritance. It does pretty much the same thing, but instead, it can turn into a 4/4 with lifelink, which is a fine creature. And if it dies, it's an enchantment on the front. So, Ephemia things. Yeah, let's give it a shot. Demonic Embrace. Yeah, this card is strong. In this deck in particular, where we can use the stuff in our graveyard to make something out of it. Yeah, we'll play that. Any creature has at the beginning of your upkeep, sacrifice a creature. Yeah, we're playing that. Sorry. When an enchanted creature dies, return that card to the battlefield. So you can put this on your own stuff. It has flash. You can also put it on your opponent's stuff. And it can be pretty cool if you, like, say they go to wipe the board, but they have a creature you like. You play it in response. You get their creature. Or you can just save your own creature. So yeah, Minions returns good here. This one's too much for what it does. Although, we will have stab wounds for a different reason. You'll see what I mean in a minute. All right, one less to cast for target creature with flying, -5, -3. 3 mana for -5, -3, or 2 mana if it hits a flyer. I like it. We do need more removal, so very similar to Minions Return, except it's not instant, not a flash enchantment. So I'm less fan of it. I mean, maybe I'd be more of a fan of it if Minions Return didn't exist. But for now, we're going to skip it. That is a starter card if I ever saw one. Cursed Witch. Spells your opponent's cast a target's creature costs 1 less. When it dies, it turns into an aura. Target that enchants to your opponent. Interesting. I mean, she's not an enchantment on the front. Doesn't really do what we're looking for. 4 mana makes them discard 2, gives your creature lifelink. Too expensive. +2/+2 and lifelink, too expensive. At the beginning of your upkeep, enchanted creature's controller sacrifices it, and you create a 1/1. Too expensive. I mean, it's a fine card, and notably you can put it on like something that's indestructible or something like that to get rid of it anyway. That being said, 4 mana is too much, and it doesn't go away until your next turn, and that gives them a whole turn of their own to deal with it. If it was cheaper, it'd be good, but because of its cost, it's too much. Like, being 4 mana means that you're not playing until, in this deck especially, until like turn 4, maybe later. And you still have to wait a whole other turn before the thing goes away. You need your removal to kill the thing now. A lot of the time you're using your removal to stop from dying. This won't stop you from dying the next turn. So, not great. An artifact or creature you control when this aura enters, destroy target creature or planeswalker an opponent controls. And as long as intended permanent is a creature, it gets +1/+1. So in our deck, it won't hit any artifacts, or won't go into an artifact, most likely. But it's removal. It's removal that requires you to have a creature that they can kill your creature in response to stop it. I don't love that, especially considering it's 4 mana. That's a lot. That's a lot for it to easily be blown out. No. Failed conversion. 5 mana, -4/-4, and when the creature dies, surveil 2. Yeah, that's just too much mana. Enchanted player can't gain life. When enchanted player is dealt damage, they lose half their life. Fun. Not worth getting a rare wild card for. Cruel reality. Enchanted player upkeep, that player sacrifices a creature or planeswalker of their choice. If that player can't, they lose 5 life. Not worth going out of my way to get a mythic. Okay. So I was saying stab wounds. And we are probably wanting to place Perforate or Crocodile. I mean, this could just win us the game by killing all our opponent's creatures or weakening our opponent's, some of our opponent's creatures, killing some of them, letting our creatures get in. It's also a 6/5. But one of the cool things it does is anything that you put a stab wound on all your opponent's creatures, any of them that die, you get a stab wound in your graveyard, which is an enchantment. And then if this card is not good in a given situation, you can just cycle it away. I like this card a lot. I think this is a well-designed card. As far as the flavor, I don't know what's going on, but it's a cool card. Tag on its toe read deceased. It vehemently disagreed. Okay. All right, let's keep looking at the cards on EDH Rec. And I'm just going to do it this way. If I add the card, or if I find a card I want to add, I'll just add it and go back to the browser. If I find a card that inspires me to look for a certain type of card, then we'll go back to Arena and look. Okay. All right, we skipped Erebos. Kai's Gross Form's in there. Dockside Chef's one of our maybes. Is Feed the Swarm. I mean, doesn't synergize well, but it is more enchantment removal. And one thing we don't love is enchantment auras, enchantment shrines. So probably should just play this. And destroys creatures as a fail state, which is not really much of a fail state. Okay, next. Necropotence, Demonic Tutor. No, I'm not playing Necropotence. Demonic Tutor's not on there. Not available. Teameret is an enchantment. Is Graveyard Hate, which we don't really lack. I mean, it's not bad. Wish Blightcaster was available. But Teameret isn't maybe. Hateful Eidolon is an auto include, in my opinion. If you have auras that hit your opponent's creatures and kill them, you get to draw a card every time you do it. And this card's only 1 mana for a 1/2 with lifelink. Good card. You can. I've seen standard decks built around this card. I really like it. So we're gonna put Teameret into the maybe zone. And the Hateful Eidolon goes along with all our enchantment-based removal. And that's going to be good. Moving on. Agent of Erebos is not available. Lord of the Accursed. It pumps the zombies. It can give them menace. I mean, we should at least think about it, right? It synergizes with a different part of our deck. We haven't even looked at zombie stuff. So this is a maybe. We're going to throw it in the maybe pile. And keep looking. Night Howler's not on here. I don't think. Pretty sure it's not. We should look at Bestow, though. So let's look and see what has Bestow. Oh, it is on here. Creature cards in all graveyards. Yeah, I mean, it its fail case is actually not that bad in this deck. Its fail case being that there are no creature cards in graveyards, and that's just a 3-mana 0/0. But in our deck, even then, it's not like the end of the world. Then it's just an enchantment that puts itself in the graveyard, like immediately. So I like it. Let's see. Cavern Lampad, not worth it. And same with Baleful Eidolon. I mean, it's a 2-mana 1/1 that with Death Touch. You can block our opponent's creatures, kill them. Potentially puts itself in the graveyard. It's an enchantment to exile. I mean, it's another one that is kind of just a maybe, so we'll put it there. All right, we looked at the Bestow cards. Now we need to go back to the browser. Undead Augur, if we're doing zombie things, which we kind of are, but one thing with zombies, you got to be really careful how much life loss you put in. If you're not careful, you can just leech yourself right out of the game with zombies. There's so many cards that you get some benefit, but you also lose some life, and it can very easily add up. I have a paper zombie deck that I'm constantly digging for the few life gaining cards, keep myself from dying from my own cards. Wicked Visitor. Whenever an enchantment you control dies, each opponent loses 1 life. Well, it does like sagas. Yeah, sure. Oh boy, we have some cuts to make, don't we? And I have a copy. All right, Cryptbreaker, kind of the same thing. Undead Augur, I'm not sure. Now, Death Baron, on the other hand, it doesn't hurt us, and it pumps our team and gives them Death Touch. I like Death Baron. Definitely want to put Death Baron in here. I mean, we're not going to put a ton of Zombie Matters type cards. Only really, really good ones. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, each opponent loses 1 life. Very, very similar to Wicked Visitor. I do like the kind of the feel of this card. It's a 2-mana 2/2, just like this guy or girl, or I mean, it's a nightmare. I don't know if it really even has a gender. It kind of does the like leeching our opponents thing, which we don't hate. I mean, we're trying to be somewhat aggressive. So yeah, let's give that a shot. Vale Merc Leech. I do have some cuts to make, but I think it'd be too difficult. Okay. Whenever an enchantment you control is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, create a 1/1 rat that can't block. 1/1. Yeah, sure. Neither of these are on there on Arena, but Warehouse Tabby might be good. I forgot about there's kind of a enchantment thing going on in Throne of Eldraine. Or was it Throne of Eldraine? No, it was Wilds of Eldraine. Yeah, I like Warehouse Tabby here. That art is something. Okay, Nightmare Shepherd. Whenever another non-token creature controls. I do like this card, but I don't know that it's. I mean, it's a 4-mana 4/4 flyer. I don't think we really need. It doesn't synergize with most of what we're doing. Erebos. This Erebos is not on Arena. I don't think, but it's also not really good for what we're doing. Ayara also. I mean, Ayara's fine in mono black. It's it can sacrifice our zombies. It leeches life when they come out. But I just don't feel like it really fits. Fear of Lost Teeth. Yeah, weird card. This one's not on Arena. Overlord, we don't have the wild cards for. Although this one might be worth going out of our way to get a mythic wild card. It's pretty powerful. That being said, we don't actually have a huge amount of creatures, so it's not so far. Lost Monarch of Ifnir is not on Arena. Reaper is not on Arena and probably wouldn't play it anyway. Creatures you control have Death Touch. Creatures you control lose Death Touch. Is not on Arena. We are trying that. Zombie tokens you control have Death Touch. I do like Death Baron. I don't know if this is worth it. Like, Death Baron also gives the +1/+1, which is part of what makes it good. This I'm less fond of. It's not bad, and it probably would play good in certain games, but we'll put it on maybes. All right, moving on. Appendage Amalgam. X available. No. Enters the battlefield, sacrifice any number of artifacts or enchantments, and our tokens that draw that many cards. Don't think I have it, and it's rare, and I don't know that it really would work very well in our deck. Maybe, but I'm not going to go out my way just to craft it. Mire Triton, meh. Brain Maggot, also meh. I know it's an enchantment, but And I guess it could get a clutch card out of their hand, but not really what we're about. Gravebreaker Lamia, but any card in the graveyard. Notably interesting with like summon Bahamut and then using something to bring it back to life, like Necromancy. Probably throw Reanimate in here. So maybe. It is also a 4/4 life-linking enchantment creature. I do like Gravebreaker Lamia, honestly. We'll give it a shot. Moving on. Not on arena, not what we're doing. On to another one that it feels a lot like, or I guess Malevolent Witchkite feels a lot like God Eternal Bantu, in that they can both sacrifice a bunch of stuff to draw cards. Notably, it is 1 mana cheaper. I have a copy, and 5/6 with Menace. This is a 5/4 with Flying. I mean, for some reason, this one just feels more interesting. It's also a zombie. Maybe that's part of it. We'll go ahead and try Bantu. Shepherd of Rot's not. I don't think it's on Marine, is it? Boy. No. Boy, if it was, that card is pretty good in zombies. But it's just another example of a card that can really hurt yourself if you're not careful. It's well worth it though. Same with Graveborn Muse. Insane card. Grave Titan is not what we're doing. Herald of Torment, not on Arena. We have the Bahamut, not on Arena. Okay. Dark Ritual is worth considering, probably. The file's not on there, and I don't love Roland's Grim Search. Again, like, if we have a lot of creatures, maybe, but I do think Dark Ritual. And I'm also going to put on Reanimate. Put in Reanimate while we're at it. Kind of just, they're like always good. Okay, Village Rites, meh. I mean, cards like Village Rites could be good. I mean, it's card draw, and we do need it. But let's see. I'm just gonna look at something really quick. We only have 24 creatures in the main deck so far, and a lot of those are ones that we're probably not even going to keep. So I don't know that cards that only sacrifice creatures to draw cards are worth it. That being said, if we find ones that can sacrifice permanents or maybe enchantments, it might be better. Although, again, we also have zombie tokens, and that's what we're doing. But here's the scary part. Since we're low on creatures, Village Rites, Deadly Dispute, cards like that, they're not going to draw you cards when you're like not doing the thing, when you don't have a board because everything got killed or whatever, you had to block, or if someone wiped the board. They do nothing in that instance. You don't want to be playing your commander and sacrificing it to Village Rites to draw 2 cards. That's not where you want to be. If that's where you are, you're probably dead anyway. So in this deck, I don't love them. Malakir Rebirth might just throw in there because it's a land, but worrying about that right now. Agrimaling, same thing. Deadly Relic, this is a very good card, and it happens to be on Arena now. But I wouldn't have it, and I'm not going to go out of my way to get it. Go for the throw, Doomblade, Stretch, so all just solid removal. Same with Baleful Mastery. Sorceries. Royal non-enchantment creatures. Boy, I wish that was on our hand. Kind and Blood is just solid. Probably throw that in there. If we need more card draw, we're almost there, folks. The cutting phase. Once we're done with EDH Rec, we'll probably go check that out. Red summons. Edge player mills X cards. Oh, yeah. This is not. I mean, it could be fine, but. Oh, wait. This is not the one I thought it was. And it doesn't really fit what we're doing. It makes zombies, but we don't have a lot of creature cards. Oh, into a graveyard. It's cool, but I probably don't have it, and I'm not going to craft it. Toxic Deluge. I mean, yeah, we need board wipes, so we need to put that in along with Damnation. I mean, I guess also Meathook Massacre. It's an enchantment, after all. Yeah. I mean, that's 3 board wipes. Might probably the good number to stick with. Okay. Mutilate's not on Arena. This Lich Knight's Conquest, we're probably not going to play because of the previously mentioned lack of number of creatures. This is not good enough. Army of the Damned is not on there. We already put Final Vengeance in there. Dark Salvation. This is the card I was thinking about, which is interesting, but a bit mana intensive. Not necessarily. I mean, you can just play it for 1 black mana. Give a creature -1/-1 until end of turn for each zombie that you control. It says that player controls. You're targeting yourself with the spell. That's how that is worded. So if you have a board of zombies, this just can kill things for 1 mana. You can also make more zombies with it. It's a good card, and we'll probably put it as like a maybe because it is removal. And if we need removal, it's a good option. Dark Salvation. But it might not make the cut. We'll see. Back for seconds. Oh, it was that I was thinking of this one when I thought of the Rowan's Grim Search one. I mean, the Rowan's Grim Search is card draw. This one is reanimation. This one probably won't end up in the deck. Rowan's Grim Search may or may not. All right. Sacrifice any number of permanents you control, then draw that many cards. I don't think I have it, and I probably won't craft it. Exsanguinate doesn't fit the theme. Animate already put in. Look at the top three. Your hand rests in the graveyard. I think the sorcerer, interesting. Probably not. Jet Medallion is interesting. Whip of Erebos. Whip of Erebos is also good. It's an enchantment also. People will probably want to remove, and if they don't, gives our creatures lifelink. So, and we'll put the medallion into. We do have some big expensive spells and reduce the cost. A little bit of ramp that's nice and cheap. Home of the Gods. I don't know if that's on Arena. Probably not. Sacrifice Crystal Chimes. Return. Oh, yeah, it's not. It would be good if it was. Sacrifice Crystal Chimes. Return all enchantment cards from your graveyard to the hand. And this card I can see being really good in a Femia deck because she's got flying. But unfortunately, it's not on Arena. If I ever build it in paper, though, that's going in there. Sacrifice Crystal Chimes. Return all enchantment cards from your graveyard to your hand. Probably not on Arena, but I'm going to check. Yeah, it's not. Didn't think so. Wand of Orcus. Creature attacks or blocks it and zombies you control gain death touch until your turn. Not an arena, I don't think. Swiftfoot boots. I'm less interested in cards like this in this kind of deck where I'm just trying to be aggressive. I mean, it's fine. It's not gonna like it's bad, but also not something we really have to go out of our way to get. Uh, Nothing that's like gonna put our deck over the top or anything. Interesting. Nightmare, definitely not an arena. Oldie but a goodie. Before there was Lash Ride, there was Nightmare Lash, and I played this card and loved it. Expedition map. I don't think I have any lands I care about getting. Sword of the Animist is not on arena. Enchantments. I bet this section's pretty big. Okay. It's not on arena. That's not on arena. That's already in our deck. That's already in our deck. That's not on arena. Pay a black. Pay 1 life. Mill 1 card. Discard a card. Sacrifice the concoction. Destroy a creature. Okay, so it's on baseline. It's 2 mana and pay a life and mill a card and discard a card to destroy something. Destroy only a creature. Actually, not hating it, only because the discarding a card part is not super detrimental in our deck in particular. But you gotta jump through some hoops for this deck card to be good. But it's definitely worth thinking about. That is if it's on here. I don't know if it is. It is not. Okay, so it doesn't matter. Okay, moving on. Val's Judgment. I don't think it's on there. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, choose one that hasn't been chosen. Cards leave your graveyard. Well, the Val's Judgment. I don't think it's on here. No, it's not, but leave your graveyard. Really quick, let's take a quick gander at cards that have that text. Whenever more artifacts or creatures leave your graveyard, so that doesn't do anything. Whenever more cards leave your graveyard, you draw a card and you lose 1 life. That I want to put in here. I don't have the other half of it, but it's a 3-mana 2/3 that draws us cards when we do what we're doing already. And yeah, that's a solid card draw. Rock Farm Mortipede. Whenever one or more creature cards leave your graveyard, no. Soul Enervation. Whenever more creature cards leave your graveyard, no. Whenever one or more cards leave your graveyard, you create a 2/2 black horror enchantment creature token. Its ability triggers only once each turn. Yeah. It gives us 2 for the price of 1. It's an enchantment. And it can even get us thing out of our graveyard if we wanted to. I like that a lot. One or more creature cards, again, doesn't really work here. Yes, there are a few enchantments that are also creatures, but not enough to make that side of things work. No, I don't know that. How many token you control with powers? I mean, we're never going to get there unless this itself makes the zombie token that big. And I mean, this card is good. Don't get me wrong, but I don't think it really fits this deck. Commander Chief, this is not on there. This we already have. This is not on there. You just put that in. Oh, shoot. I'm not even showing that. Sorry. Sorry, folks. Still figuring this out. Okay, there we go. Back to what we were looking at. So, anyway, the card I was talking about was Dreadhorde Invasion. Doesn't really fit what we're doing. It's a fine card. It's a good card, but it doesn't really fit. This is not on Arena. It's already there. Underworld Connection is not available. We just put this in. Cemetery Tampering. This is worth considering. It mills us, which means we fill our grave with enchantments. It's really good if we can find bombs with it. So we're going to put it in the maybe pile. Okie dokie. Quest for the Grave Lord. I don't think it's on Arena. If it is, I won't play it. I don't think it is. Yeah, it's not. Weirdly, though, Blood Chief Ascension is. But we don't have the wild card for it. And it's Mythic on here. I don't think Blood Chief Ascension was Mythic to start with. Let's find out. Yeah, no, it's rare. I don't like when they do that. They take a card and upshift it. Like, it's been printed several times as a rare, only once as a mythic, but on Arena, if you want it, you have to use a mythic wildcard. That's annoying. Really annoying. What are you going to do? All right. Okay. Looking at cards. Cruelty of Grix is already in there. Underworld Dreams just doesn't do enough in this deck. Mad Moon is not on there. Nowhere to Run. Now, that's another one we need to put. An enchantment that kills a creature. It doesn't go to a graveyard, but it's still really worth playing, especially because it turns off Hexproof and Ward abilities. Yeah. No, this card is really good. Like, kind of insane how good this card is. Greed, I don't think is on there. Elspeth's Nightmare we already have. Ripple. I don't have the wild card for it. Enemy Dead might be on here. Find out. It is not. It's weird that Reanimate is, but Animate Dead isn't. Animate Dead is largely considered the worst card. And Necromancy is, which is 3 mana. Weird. Empiric Rights, we are having, maybe this one's in there. Ghoulish Procession. Whenever one or more non-token creatures die, you get a 2/2 with Decayed. Meh. If we're doing more zombie things, this is good, probably. Oubliette, I don't think is on Arena. Black Market, I want to say is not. Yeah, no Oubliette. Black Market. I know Black Market Connections is, which we actually might want to run. Okay, Black Market is, but it's rare and I don't have the wild card, so I'm not going to craft it. But we're putting Black Market Connections in. I will bring it up so you can see what it is. Black Market Connections, if you don't know, is a lot like Phyrexian Arena, where you draw cards and lose life every turn. We can also make treasure tokens, make token, create colorless changeling tokens. This can be a dangerous card because you have to choose at least one, and so you always lose life when you have it on the field. But even if you're just choosing like make a token, a treasure token, or draw a card, you're losing less life. You're getting something good. It does a little bit of everything. You know, maybe I should consider some of those enchantments to give lifelink, honestly. With all the stuff that we have that pays life. Curse of Relentless Dead's not on Arena. Bastion of Remembrance. Um, hmm. It is good. It works with my tokens. Yeah. It's nice, like board wipe insurance, also. So probably. Boy, we have some cuts, and that's okay. Don't worry, folks. Nothing we can't handle. Whenever a non-black creature enters, I don't think this is on Arena. Black Market Connections. There it is. The War in Heaven is not on there. We already have that. Whenever an enchanted creature dies, return that card. We looked at that, decided against it. We have that. Not on Arena. We've lost it. Control an enchanted creature. You lose life and draw an additional card. I don't think I own it. Otherwise, I might consider it. Oh, I do own it. Oh, shoot. I did it again. Okay. We're going to put this in as a maybe. We're going to look for things with lifelink because we're going to look at that here in a second, whether we need to add more lifelink. But sorry, I did that again. Okay, so we went through some cards. Yeah, last you saw was Black Market, I believe. This is not on. We put this in. You saw us putting it in. Yeah, so nothing you haven't seen, Demonic Embrace, or nothing you're not aware of. We have this. This is not on Arena. We have this. We have this. We considered this and decided not to. This is not on Arena. This is the card, Lord Skater's Blessing, we were just talking about. Um, so interestingly, it feeds itself if the creature you put the thing on stays alive. That makes it better to me. And then if you're doing aura things, it's even more worth playing. Eternal Thirst, we decided against it before, but I think I might actually change my mind. Um, let's take a look really quick. Lose life. How many cards in our deck say lose life? Okay. What things make us lose life? Okay, so this gains us life, which is good. Reanimate makes us lose life. Feed the Swarm makes us lose life. Lord Skater's Blessing makes us lose life. Shining Blood makes us lose life. This gains us life, which is nice. So does the Beat Hook Massacre. Black Market Connections make us lose life. This one gains us life. This one loses us life. This one could make us lose life, but probably not. This one makes us lose life. This one gains us life. So we have a few cards that gain us life. We have a few cards that make us lose life. This one can potentially make us lose life, though it's optional. Feature of our choice. Not us. This man makes us lose life. In here, I'm gonna cut that right now because we're not doing artifact stuff. This one wants us to gain life. Might be another little thing we can add in if we add more life gain. This one potentially makes us lose life, and so does this one. So, also, pay life. We have this and Deluge that make us lose life. So we have several ways that hurt us. So lifelink might be good to have. I'm going to put lifelink enchantment. Alright, so Hateful Eidolon is in there already and gives us lifelink. Well, this is interesting, actually. Very interesting card. Discard a card to create a vampire with lifelink. I mean, we don't mind discarding cards per se, but I don't know that this is impactful enough to make it worth it. Dreadhorde Invasion. It loses its life and can sometimes gain its life, but very rarely. Nice cheap 2 mana gives us lifelink and can also make our creature bigger. Notably decent on Ephemia, especially if we have enough removal. You lose 1 life and create a clue. Probably won't. It's a mythic or a rare. Oh yeah, Curse of Leashes is already in there. Aspects of Lamprey, I think, is still too expensive. Eerie. Whenever an enchantment you control enters, and whenever you fully unlock a room, this creature is +2/+2 gains life. No. Too expensive. And not impactful enough. If it had like Menace or Flying or something like that, maybe. And even then, probably not. That is very interesting. That being said, 4 mana is too much. And it takes 3 whole turns before it does anything, or before it does the other thing. Is a 4 mana enchantment that makes your creature get death touching lifelink when it attacks alone worth it? In our deck, no. Because we're making zombie tokens, we're going to be wanting to attack with them. This is an interesting card, don't get me wrong. But it's a little too expensive mana cost wise. Mark of the Vampire is too much mana. We already have Gravebreaker Lamia, we already have Whip. That's all. Okay, so we added a Eternal Thirst. What does this one do again? It's dealt damage this turn. Interesting. Hmm. We could suicide zombies. Like, we can kind of make wide boards, sort of, with Ephemia over time, and then like attack all out, like making our opponent think we're kind of just trying to get in for damage, and then this can come in and clean up a creature that blocked a creature and is bigger than it. For only 1 mana, that seems actually worth playing. And then it sometimes can turn into a 4/4 with Death Touch and Lifelink. I kind of like it, actually. So we'll try that. Potentially. Okay, we're almost through. Yes, that's not on here. Kurt, this is not on there. This is not on there. I think we have this in there. Revenge of Ravens is not. This is not the right deck for this card. It's more for a deck that wants to kind of stall, and we're not trying to do that. World Weary's not on there. Viper's not on Arena. Not on Arena. I don't think this is on Arena. Same kind of the same problem as I can't remember the name of the card, but the card we were talking about, it doesn't die till the end of your opponent's turn. So if you're trying to deal with a threat, that threat stays around for a whole turn before it dies. Battles. Okay, so this is a 4 mana, 5 uh, defense. I don't remember what the name of that type of counter is. Flashing, destroy creature. Oh, minus 3 minus. Oh, I don't think this is on arena. Yeah, I don't think this is on arena. Pretty sure. I stand corrected. It is. Yeah, I think I like it. Minus 13, minus 13 is enough. And I did it again. I apologize, folks. I've been scrolling through a whole bunch of cards. I don't even remember what the last one is that you saw. Okay. We're going to scroll back up ways. Okay, not too far. Black market connection. We went through that. We went through these. Went through these. This made me think about lifelink, so I added that. None of these are on arena. This is not arena. This is in there. This is not on arena. Revenge of Ravens is not where we want to be. This is not on. This is not on. Ignorant Death is that one I was talking about that it doesn't kill the creature till the end of your opponent's turn, and I don't even think it's on arena anyway. We went past that. All right, this is where we got to the invasion. Innistrad. Okay. Oh, eventually I'll remember to remember things. ADHD is a heck of a thing, folks. All right, Liliana, Death's Mastery, not Death's Majesty, rather. Not really where we want to be. It's fine. It mills us. It makes zombie tokens. Does zombie things. But nah. And lands. We'll figure out our mana base. Okay, we are done looking at cards. Now we need to decide what makes the cut and what doesn't. So here's a little trick. You're playing around with the deck idea, and you like what you have. Something you can do. I'm actually not going to do this, but if you like, your maybes, and you want to consider different forms, or maybe like remember the cards that you were had on your maybe list, and to swap them in for other cards that don't perform, you can click done, make a copy of the deck in your decks, and then edit one of them, make it into a deck, try it out, and then if certain cards don't work out, go back into the original to see the cards that were on your maybe. Like I said, I'm not going to do that for a couple reasons. I'm not going to be married to any cards, and if I ever want to make a change, I can. I can find cards again. It's not a big deal. And I want to keep the maybe pile separate. I don't want them to be integrated. If I go out and go back in, these will all be in their mana value slots. Okay. So I think I like this one, so we're going to put it in yes. Although we may end up cutting it because we don't have one, and I don't want to use a bunch of I have to collect a bunch of wild cards to complete it. I don't think this one is really. Wait, do I have the thing up again? I do. Not. I do. I do. Do I? Here. Oh, I see. If it's not up, okay. Well, we're gonna hide the browser anyway, just to make sure. Sorry about that. Still learning how some of the parts of Streamlabs works, so I don't always figure things out. All right, back to the potential cuts. We're going to throw this in the yes for now, but it might not stay. This as not a creature, I'm actually less fond of because it's less likely to end up in the graveyard. I don't know. if we need more card draw, that's where those will probably come in handy. Baleful Eidolon, we don't have it. I don't need it. It's not like, oh my god, I need it. So I'm going to cut it. Lithiform Blight, kind of the same thing. I think we have enough card draw. Rune of Mortality, same thing. Super Shredder is just not energizing. He just is doing his own thing. So no. Teamerette, I don't think I need. No. Act for seconds. Again, low creature count. If it could return any size creature, then maybe because of summon Bahamut, but it doesn't, so no. Cemetery Tampering. We do have some things that are like bombs. We have a few 5-drops, a few 6-drops. Cemetery Tampering is interesting to me. Lord of the Accursed. We're trying more enchantment stuff than we are zombie stuff. So. Midnight Snack. We do have life gain, but I don't think, like, at its baseline when we're not doing life gain things, all it does is make food and then maybe leech a bunch of life, and it's 6 mana to put it in the graveyard by itself. Probably not. Rowan's Grim Search. Kind of card draw. We do have a fair amount of ways to card draw, so let's see. Draw. Draw. Draws a card. This can draw multiple cards. You could potentially draw a bunch. This draws us a bunch of cards. This draws us some cards. This draws us some cards. So that being all considered, I don't think we need Rowan's Grim Search. Treacherous Blessing is... Do we have ways to sacrifice it reliably every time we get it? Let's see. How many cards on the main board can do it? This is 1. Two. 3. Okay, 3 ways. Now, I'm going to say no. We don't necessarily have we don't want to keep adding too many ways to lose life. It's fine, don't get me wrong. It's a good card. But it's really way better in a deck that can reliably get rid of it. You want to play it, draw some cards, maybe lose a couple of life off of its ability, and then get rid of it. Wait. Enchantment becomes the target. So, what targets that we can hit it with? And that we don't mind hitting it with? No. We could, but we don't want to. Anyway, if we're playing that, we want to do some powerful stuff with it, not blow up our own thing. No. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything really besides the Bahamut that can target it. I mean, this could blow it up, I suppose. Okay, we don't have enough ways to really just like sacrifice their target. We have like 3 or 4 ways. So I'm just gonna say no. We have enough card draw. Back to pets. Okay. I just don't think I need it. Raids. Actually, it is another way to sacrifice the treacherous blessing, but we don't need her. Jack is meh. This is not as good here as other decks. It's fun. I think it's just too expensive. Okay. That was not nearly enough cards to cut. So, I did the cuts so far. I'm gonna go a little more out of working on this deck. So here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put it on the back burner, work on it later. We're gonna play a couple games, and then we're probably just gonna call it a night. Honestly, it's getting late, but we did have some fun working on some decks, playing some games. Let's try. We're going. Deck's pretty cool. Burgoyne has the heroic mechanic. Never becomes the target of a spell you control or ability you control. Or maybe just be a spell. Yeah. Whenever you cast a spell that targets it, you get to put a counter on it. You can tap it, remove the counter, draw a card, and it's got vigilance. And I'm pretty sure you can draw a card. Hey, I'm doing counters and drawing cards things too. Yeah. So this is the commander. Whenever you cast a spell that targets it, you get a counter on it. And you can remove a counter to draw a card. It's got vigilance, you can attack and then do the draw. This hand is really good. Right? Yeah, this is a great hand. Keep up the protection. Not that they're likely to have anything, but it's possible. They could have, white removal. Okay. Okay. Alright, we'll start by attacking. Yeah, go ahead and do this. And then we'll keep up our. This says removal and protection. This is protection. And then we don't have to draw a card right now. We can just wait and do it on our opponent's end step if we want. We also remove his creature. Might be worth doing. Okay, so here's what's going to happen. We block. He does something, we do something in response. That gets a card out of his hand, blows him out. Could have also just protected, but I feel like that was the best play. Quite a blowout. Not game ending, but very powerful. Well, it might have. Oh, no, never mind. Their protection spell. The great thing about this deck is we can stack protection spells, and they can turn into card draw by Dragon's ability. I think we're just going to get aggressive because we have plenty of protection in our hand. But I got balloon animal? Weird. Okay. Mikey and Leo return. Yeah, we're going to go ahead and do this to give it a couple counters. Leon Light Scribe is pretty powerful. Okie dokie. Artichoke. Okay. Excuse me. Whiskey Gingers put a plus scanner on target creature you control. Whenever a non-target creature you control with a counter on it dies, create a 1/1 human. Be aggressive. Be aggressive. Be yeah. Stuff. Get some damage in. Six. It is extremely dangerous not to block it here with my field currently. Honey. Makes it really for them to attack. I can protect from green. I can make my creature indestructible. Yeah. I am gonna draw. Do I need to? Maybe not. Yeah, I'm just gonna start leeching him off cards. New creatures. Play land. And wait, do we? No. Give him protection from green. Make him have to block with the. Actually, okay. Now he has to block with the 2/2 or he just dies. Yeah. Okay. All right. Now you have a turn to deal with this or die. Or they do, not you. Okay. Doesn't do the trick. Also does not do the trick. Everything there is green. Okay. Oh, that also does it. Yeah, you could have just let it hit, but okay. You know, it takes more clicks to click the gear and click concede than it does to just let your opponent kill you. I mean, if you care about number of clicks, effort involved. Anyway, solid game. We'll play one more, and we'll try a different deck. Let's see. Let's try cat food. Against Raph and Mikey. Annoyingly overabundant card. Annoyingly overabundant card, for sure. But we do have an instant speed removal spell for it, so I do think I can keep this hand because I can also go get a surveil land to try and hit my third land. That's something I'm interested in doing. Yeah. So Yavi Maya and Everboard, both, means we never have color issues the rest of the game. Let's just get the ooze out. I'd like to have creatures on the board before we play this. I mean, it's a lot of many turns away before he can play Raph and Mikey. It's a very swampy looking forest, not just because it's a swamp because of Urborg, but because of the art. You may play an additional land this turn. Okay. Highest upside, we play Academy Manufactor. If it sticks, we go nuts. This card is ridiculous. Worst case scenario, it eats a removal spell. Not a big deal. Interesting card to include, maybe because it's also a creature you can hit. A Nook. Okay, well, at least this is not the combo version of the deck, which I hate. I don't like either version, really, but... I wish that was a lay. What are you gonna do? Okay. What you're gonna do is leaves. Kill 3 cards, make a food, and a treasure, and a token. Things. What you're gonna do is deadly dispute to get your... And then we'll play this on Cat. Our commander, the Ozolith. Seems like a pretty good turn. We got the Ozolith and muted that who's going on. Pretty good. And we got a way to put counters on things. And our commander, of course. Okay. Looking good. Starting on our next turn, we probably just need to keep holding up Feed the Cycle. We can't let him attack, if possible. All right. Queen Brawn. That is a strange include. Opponents oops it up. Okay, I guess we'll take it. It wasn't really much of a game. All right, we're gonna play one more and then call it a night. And we're gonna try that deck again because that wasn't really much of a game. Nice, rare. Trample, Ward 2. 2 mana 6/6. Enters with 5 -1/-1 counters on it. Whenever another creature you control enters. Okay, I see. So it's big, but it starts small. It's kind of like one of those creatures that gets bigger as your creatures come out, but in a different way. And then it has a cap. Word 2, though. Seems solid. Seems solid in an aggressive green deck. Okay. See if we can get a more interesting game with cat food going. Layla. Speaking of enchantments. Okay. Can't keep this hand because there's no black mana in it. And only 2 lands. This I can keep because it's got a couple of creatures I can sacrifice to a Reckoner's Bargain to draw more cards. And the cat is one of the better cards in the deck. That's fine. Kind of the antithesis of Ultra Familiar. But at least we still gain. And in fact, they don't gain life, they just stay neutral with... And we did draw land, so we're doing okay. Barry. Okay. Play a swamp, and we don't need to sack the cat right now. We can just get in with it. And a tough cookie. Doing the food thing. Really like the Egra. I kind of want to build it in paper. I think I will. Looking at tough cookie. If you look at my food, I'm not that fussed if he kills it. Good deal. Black and green, huh? Well, that just happens to be the colors I am, sir. Get midnight snack rumbling, probably. Yeah. We've got food. Yes, we do. We've got food. How about you? That's a sewer, not a swamp. But okay. Oh, looking at our stuff. Black Mage is rough. Okay. Alright, well. Cat on here. And attack with the cat. Midnight Snack and Cauldron Familiar is also kind of a neat little interaction. Alright. Because I don't really want him hitting us with this, I'm going to try and punch from removal. That's not removal. Well, not much I can do about that. But we can discard the Ginger Brute. Yeah, okay. And we also have more card draw, so... Actually... Oh, didn't even think about that, but we can turn our food into blockers. We won't be able to do it this time because we don't have the mana, but... Also not the end of the world. Not that worried about it. Interesting. That's black. Yeah, didn't think so. Fine. We'll discard a card, he'll untap 2 lands. He is stuck on lands. He might just scoop because of that. Okay. You might not see the interaction of being able to turn food into creatures. So it might be worth... Or maybe he does. He is looking at my tough cookie. But here's the secret. I don't care about the sword. Even more card draw. That's the reason I don't care. Alright, so we want to hold up that interaction in case he doesn't see it. Sure. Yeah, I'm okay with that. Do I want to do this? Nah. I'll just play it. My commander. It's not super impactful, especially when they're stuck on mana, so... I don't I have extra cards. I have quite a bit of card draw, so the discard is not that impactful either. Okay. See what's on top. No. Actually, maybe if he does hit his commander, playing that and killing it would almost guaranteed make him scoop. I think we just get Knight of Fleet's Revenge out. And then we have our opponent think about their life. That is thinking, I'm thinking. Yep. Okay. And we use food to play Savvy Hunter. We can do oodles and oodles of damage. And draw cards at the same time. Okay, you have to sacrifice your token to do that. They're running out of cards. They still don't hit their land. That has got to be frustrating. Now things are rolling. I don't think they can stop me. I can finally hit a land. But if we eat his commander, he's probably scooping. I'd be surprised if he didn't swoop. I mean, especially since I think we might be able to just kill him. Yeah, we can kill him. Yeah, that's exactly. So we're going to do exactly. 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, yeah. And honestly, like, our deck did crazy stuff in that game. Slow, maybe, but powerful. And he was stuck on 3 lanes like the whole game. So, I'm sorry, buddy. Sometimes we're going to be that way. But that's a fine game to end the night on. Victory nonetheless. Sometimes magic be magicking. Let's go ahead and crack a pack for the offers are nothing I really care about. I hardly ever buy cosmetics unless, like, I did the extra life one, I think, a couple times because, you know, sports a good cause. I don't usually go for the cosmetics. All right, we're going to grab an avatar pack. All right, here goes nothing. All right. Go Judy, one of many. That's creepy. So now I'm not familiar with Avatar hardly at all. You probably know what this card is, but it is definitely creepy on my end. Black tap Surveil 1. Make a token of copy of this. Interesting. You know what I want to do with this? I want to put mutate. No, it can't mutate. It's a human. Dang it. Never mind. Well, what are you going to do? Maybe do things that make it perpetually different. I don't know if perpetual goes on. Things. That'd be something interesting to test. Cool card. Definitely one of those ones you really have to think about how to build it as a commander. Wait, it's not. What? Wait, what? Okay. One of many I get. It's not legendary because there's lots of Judees. But you can't tell me this doesn't feel like a legendary creature. That is strange. Ugh. Okay. Never mind then. Raven, Eagle, Bird Assassin, 3 mana, 2/3, enters or attacks, exile to one target card from a graveyard. If a creature card is exiled this way, create a clue. Whenever you draw your second card each turn, each opponent loses life and you gain life. Cool. Another card in the long list of cards that care about drawing your second card. Could be fun in Simone and Dina, the Sultai commander that cares about drawing your second card. It both helps you draw your second card and also benefits off of it, so seems good. You know what? Let's buy one more pack because we're one pack off of a golden pack. So another avatar pack. That golden pack also means we get another rare wild card, which is always nice. We'll open the avatar pack first. Get Freedom Fire. 5 mana, 3/1. Damage equal to the number of creatures you control the target creature and opponent controls. Interesting. Could be kind of like a finisher in the command zone for a token deck or a go wide deck. He's an ally. I am a big fan of the ally creature type. I might want to try building this as a commander deck. or a Brawl deck, I should say. It might be fun. Master Paku. Tap becomes tapped. Player mills X cards where X is the number of lesson cards in your graveyard. So as a commander, you'd be mono blue lessons. Are there enough lessons? I'd have to find out. Draft card. Interesting. Kind of like, what's that one? The white, there's a white card. Thraben Inspector. Yeah, Thraben Inspector. This is like blue Thraben Inspector. A little extra mana, a little extra toughness. It's an ally. I would consider it in an ally deck, because it gives you, kind of replaces itself in a way, and like maybe the clue can do other things too, and it triggers all your ally triggers. There's that. This guy's also an ally. A lot of allies in this set. It's kind of a sub theme. Another ally, another target creature you control, power 2 or less, can't be blocked this turn. Now, this card has interesting connotations in allies specifically, because there are lots of allies that grow, especially like the older allies from the original Zendikar set. A lot of them will grow whenever another ally comes out, so you could do tricks like tap this, make a creature power 2 or less unblockable, then make it huge in that same turn. So this is interesting. I like this card. Interesting riff on the tap a small creature can't be blocked. Various farm animals. Yeah, this card is solid. Solid interaction that gains you some life. It's very similar to like Haywire Might, but it can hit any artifact or enchantment. All right, and for the rare, First Metal Bender. Card has some really weird rules interactions, but we won't go into that now. Overall, an interesting card. Of course, my first thought is food. Turn my food into lands. We will all live in Candyland. Okay, maybe I build that deck. Maybe Candyland.deck is a deck. And we can even turn the food that are lands into creatures. I kind of love this idea. It's probably not the best way to play this card. It's not the intended way to play this card, necessarily. But I still kind of want to do it. Oh, it's non-token. Oh, no. Well, I suppose they kind of had to put that on there. Otherwise, clues and food and treasure and all that stuff, you could spam those and ramp yourself to oblivion. So I get it, but I'm kind of sad too. Bummer. Well, you still could do food stuff, but there's a lot less potential when you can't turn your food tokens into lands. I get it. Anyway, that's a cool pack to end on for Avatar cards, and let's see what the golden pack gets us. Yeah, a rare. Interesting fact. When you open a pack before you look at the cards, you can actually look up here and see if you have more wild cards than you did before. If you do, you know that one of these cards is a wild. I didn't get any, so none of these are. Unless, yeah, if anything is a repeat, it will give me gems. Okay, 3 new cards. Art Science, Season of Gathering, good card. Machines. Valley Rot Collar. Here is a card I kind of been wanting. Yeah, makes me want to build squirrels. I mean, and squirrels are kind of a food tribe. So even better. Okay, that might be a deck I'd build. I got a few different options. Food, maybe some ally things, maybe some of those other avatar commanders. Elemental teachings, 5-mana instant, search your library for up to 4 land cards with different names. Reveal them. Your opponent chooses 2 of those cards. Put them into your grave, the rest in the battlefield. Interesting. That's a lesson. Reality Fulcrum. There's exile the top 2 cards of your library. Your next turn, you may play those cards. Interesting. You can use the mana only for spells in exile. It's like kind of like the alchemy 4-mana artifact that drafts a card and then you discard a card. Except it's a card out of your own deck. 2 cards out of your own deck. And of course, you'd want to play it in a deck that casts spells from exile. Pretty effective if you played it at all. Interesting. Yeah, I mean, it's a mana rock. In a deck like that, it's a mana rock that also draws you cards, in essence. Cool. All right. Well, that's going to wrap it up for this evening. Hope you enjoyed. Consider liking and subscribing. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one. This is Smith signing off.